Hello, survivors. Hello, welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. Although my stream is kind of bugging out at the moment, I'm not sure why. Am I live, guys? Am I live? It says I'm live. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on. Let me just refresh my dashboard. It's messing up. It's so weird. It's not telling me that there's people on my stream. I can see you in the chat though, guys. I can see in the chat. As the title of the stream kind of gives it away, it says TWD RTS is shutting down and the servers are being turned off. And we're going to go into the information very soon. 1 second. Quite a small bit of info, but here we go. This is from Scopely and it says, "Thank you for playing The Walking Dead Road to Survival. We regret to announce that the game will cease its operations on November the 28th. If anyone knows what day November the 28th is as well, it's pretty like amusing for me personally. From that day on, no support will be available and the app will no longer be available in the app stores for download. It will not be possible to make any in-app purchases, starting from October the 29th, so the end of the month. During the remaining time until November the 28th, you can play the game. Survivors, it's been a great time together. Thank you." It's pretty much as simple as that. I've always talked about this because as you've played the game, guys, you've probably realized that a lot of people from the last 8 years have always said the game's shutting down like next month, at the end of the month. I told you when it happens. What they're going to do is they're just going to do a little message and just say this game's shutting down. It's literally just going to be as simple as that. No fuss. Nothing. That's it. It's going to be just as simple as that. Just as simple as that. And here we have it. Anyone who doesn't know what the 28th of November is, it's actually my birthday. So the game's going to be shutting down on the 28th of November, which is my birthday, like I say. Which is kind of crazy. And you're going to be able to play it for a month without... Everyone's going to be free to play for a month. There will be this War of Champions, so it will still actually happen. And obviously if you want to spend for War of Champions, you want to spend for War of Champions, but just know that obviously pretty much the game is shutting down afterwards. But if you want to go out with a bang and try and win War of Champions, fair play. Fair play. Are you going to do a birthday stream? I was actually planning to do a stream on the day it shut down. And then I read that it was November the 28th. I was like, fine! Fine! I'll do it then! Fine! Oh, God. Fine. I'll do it. Has this always been coming? I mean, yeah, the day the game opens, it's coming.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much, Cygnus. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. 44 months, brother. The last one. Maybe. This is so sad. I was expecting at least a reset. I mean, if a reset would have been, I think, too much resources to put into the game from their perspective to get very, very little out of it, because they're probably not getting much out of it right now. The player base is nothing right now, guys, in terms of how many players are playing. I know the player base numbers dropping and stuff over the years, and you guys don't know it as much because you can't see analytics as much as I can. Like my analytics reflect the game, especially when I was making content extremely heavily. If you haven't noticed, since the last World Champions, I haven't been playing the game that much. I've been only doing character previews, and that's because I kind of did stop playing the game in the last World Champions. I did plan to pick it back up again, but I tried, and then I just didn't have the feeling for it, and then obviously, yeah, there's not much point now. Although I might continue to try and log in and do Survival Road, but I don't think I will. I've got some plans still, but I'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, the second the game starts up, you know, you're counting the days. And honestly, RTS has lasted longer than 99% of gacha games, guys. You may think that it's like this is terrible news, and it is terrible news if you really love RTS, but 9 years is a very, very long time. This is in its 10th year, actually. This is the 10th year of RTS. Very long time. Most gacha games barely last 2 years. You're lucky if they last 2 years. Like, I'm playing another game right now called Watcher of Realms, and I think the game's great, but the content's already gone for me, you know? Whereas at least in RTS, I still was playing it every day. There was new events every month, you know, there was stuff to do all the time. Gacha games can have problems because they don't really plan 2 years ahead. A lot of games don't even make it that far. What's next for you in your channel? I'm not really sure. I'm going to take a break. I've got some health issues at the moment that I'm going to focus fully on. But I've got a second YouTube channel. If you guys want to get me up to 1,000 subscribers on that channel, it would be great. I'm at 920 right now. And if I get to 1,000, I get full partnership. But no pressure, no pressure. I'll get there anyway. It's not a problem. I just need to actually start making some videos on there. Like I say, like health issues have kind of restricted my content production. First racing. I've heard of a couple of games shutting down. I mean, gacha games shut down pretty much every day. You know, every month you'll hear a new gacha game shut down. It's just kind of the way it goes. But if you are late to the stream, guys, RTS is going to be shutting down, and it's going to be actually ceasing operations on November the 28th. Like, November the 28th, the servers will be turned off, and from that day on, no support will be available on the app, and will no longer be available in the app stores. Now, you'll be able to start up the game, and you'll be able to see like your town and stuff like that. You'll even be able to see your characters, because a lot of that information is client side. But every now and again, it'll pop up with like saying that it can't connect to the servers because there's no servers. You know, you won't be able to fight anything. You won't be able to do anything like that. So yeah, you have until the 28th of October to spend money. But any currency you have, you can spend. I would say if you're gonna go to War of Champions, blow everything you've got before you go. All your tokens, get all the characters you can get everything, you know, as tip top as you can. You know that it's not gonna be, there's nothing to save for anymore. So 100% spend everything you've got. If you want to hit like on the stream as well, guys. I'm not really sure what's going on with my stream, if I'm honest. Like, I can't see a lot of information I normally be able to see on my dashboard. I'm not really sure why. Like, I can't see. I can see. It's actually updated a little bit. I can't see how many likes I've got on the stream and stuff like that. I can. Barely any. Oh, okay. It probably hasn't refreshed. Let me refresh it again. Let me refresh. We've got 120 viewers. No, we really don't have many. We've only got 14 likes and 120 viewers. And I know you probably don't like the news, guys, but I would appreciate the like on the stream. It's all the same. They did and done the same as Simpsons Tapped Out. Yeah, my dad played Simpsons Tapped Out. My dad actually played that, and he just, it was very casual. He was free to play, just played it, and then he let me know that they shut it down. What's on across the board? I mean, it's kind of the way gacha games go, guys. It's pretty much how it is. Is there a way we can like bring the game back? No, it is done. I mean, unless someone somehow buys the IP. I mean, you know, it's not gonna happen. Like, let's just put it that way. Now, someone could potentially replicate it, but they wouldn't be able to use the Walking Dead characters. Pretty much as simple as that. They wouldn't be able to use the Walking Dead characters. Who's the next Gold Rush Toon? He's joking, Senior ATC. It's a meme. People always ask me this. What's the next? I have literally got asked who would the next Gold Rush character a couple of days ago as well. Oh man. AFK Journey? Wait, AFK Journey got shut down already? No way. That game was going massive. There's no way. Can we play the game after November the 8th? No, 28th. No, you cannot. You'll be able to turn on your game. You'll be able to see your town. You'll be able to see your roster. But you won't be able to do much else. You won't be able to do any roadmaps because there won't be any. If you try and start a fight, it will say connect to server. So if you try and start a raid, there'll be no one to find. You'll be able to look at your characters. That's about it. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I doubt Scopely's going to make a new TWD game. They would have probably announced it. But you never know. They probably have a good relationship with the parent company of The Walking Dead. I wouldn't have, like, they probably made them quite a lot of money, so I doubt they're going to be like a bad relationship there. So you never know. It's not impossible. But The Walking Dead as a franchise is kind of probably done, you know? Why are they shutting down? I'm going to be completely honest, James. It's pretty straightforward. They don't have to say why, but it's going to be because they're not making anywhere near as much money as they need to make. When you have an IP that is not your own and you have to pay someone else to make stuff with that IP, you have to make massive profit. It's pretty much as simple as that. You have to make more money than, you know, well, not massive necessarily, but you have to make a certain amount of money. And they just weren't making that money. And it cost them money to do everything. That's why we don't get any updates in the game. That's why we never got, like, new stuff, really. It was very slow. It's because the people who develop this stuff, they have to pay, you know? It's pretty much as simple as that. Thank you very much, Weird Girl. Sorry, I did not mean to ignore you. 43 months. I do appreciate it. Anyone who's a green name in chat, you're a real one. Supporting the lockdown, I do appreciate it massively. Now, I'm going to be streaming and making content until the 28th, guys, for sure. And if you want to actually come up with any ideas of the content I can make between now and then, I'm thinking about things like the top 10 most OP characters of all time, sort of tier list, and then, because you can still get in the game in this time. And then also, I don't really care too much about Warrior Champions, but I know some people do. So if anyone has a lot of the information when it comes to Warrior Champions, I'm 100% happy to make a video showing the top 10 or top, you know, whatever score lines for all of the Warrior Champions. So like in 5 years time, when you're like, oh, Warrior Champions, I remember that, it was actually quite fun. Rather than it just being a memory, you could just check a video and just see the scores and stuff like that. If you really wanted me to do that, I'd 100% do that. What will be a ghost town? Maybe, but there'll be some people who want to win. I think about it, this Resident Evil, right? A lot of people look at Warrior Champions and say, after Warrior Champions, I'm quitting. Now they have to quit. So, like, it doesn't really change too much there, right? Most OP, Zachary, and another Zachary. I think there's a Priya in there. I think there's definitely a Trader in there, you know? I think there's even a Michonne in there. I don't want to give away too much. I think I've already made a little shortlist. There's definitely a couple. Honourable mentions as well. Peter Anderson, when he first came out, nuts. Because he was the only S-Class character, but other than that, but yeah. So the game won't be playable anymore at all. Our stuff disappears. No, you'll be able to start up the game, and you'll be able to see your characters, most likely. I'm just predicting it here, because, like, if you don't know, guys, the game doesn't run on the server. It runs on your phone. And every now and again, it will connect to the server to just make sure, like, what you're doing is correct. If you start a raid, it connects to the server, then it plays the raid on your phone. You know? Pretty much that's how it works. Shucks, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I might do a little questionnaire with you, because I'm sure there's going to be like an FAQ. If you have any like pertinent questions, guys, about what's going to happen in the next 45 days, I guess, please leave them in the comments on this video. And what I'll do is I'll try and get a couple of the ones that get the most like upvotes, and I'll try and present it to someone at Scopely. Not necessarily going to get any answers, but it could just be like, will we be able to play the game anymore? Yes, no. And then I'll just do an FAQ video just going over the frequently asked questions. So maybe I can duel myself, or is it maybe. I don't think that's going to be very easily answered in this stream or another video. I'll do in this stream, reply to this stream not in the comments, not in the live stream, but in the actual comments of the stream. Any questions you have, Can I get my money back on this battle pass? I mean, you could try, but I think, like, if you tell them the game's shutting down, they're not going to do it. I demand to be let back on the main Discord so I can be banned again. I'm going to try and find out what time on the 28th it shuts down, because I want to live stream the shutdown. I want to be sitting here. Do you remember when we did, what was it? Conquest Release. I'm going to be honest, that was a mad stream. And the entire server crashed. That's pretty much what's going to happen. It's just going to be done. It's just going to be done. Pretty much as simple as that. Let's try and get us up to like 50 likes, guys. There's 150 people on the stream. We can get 50 likes. Conquest Release. Conquest Release was honestly the biggest time in the game. I will say Mythic Era was not the best era, but again, these are just videos that I can roll off. These are just videos I can roll off. You know, top eras. Era tier list. The release stream was big. We had 700 people watching that stream. 700, man. S-Class was the era for me, man. It was the only era where the game got bigger. Than it was bigger at the end than it was at the beginning. It's the only era. Oh, man. That was mad. That was crazy. Oh, bad. Some crazy memories, guys. I think it's not really settling in right now. It will clear. It will near the end of November, obviously. Yeah. Haven't played the game in a long time, but sad to see it go. Hope you've been well, luck. I'm doing alright. What's up, Danny, as well? I've not seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. But I'm doing okay. I've got some health issues, but other than that, it's just some basic stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do for time killing now. This was it. I'm probably going to make some videos about games that I've played and just give my thoughts on them to give you like some like pointers if you want to go in a certain direction. I have got another YouTube channel, guys. Like, if someone wants to share, they can't share it in chat. I can try and find a link, and it is. I'm doing another game. The other game's okay. It's okay, but it's nothing like RTS. Nothing. It's Tower Defense. Slightly different. Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes is really good. Basically the same as RTS. Yeah, to a certain extent, except it's more PvE, right, Jacko? And I think that's honestly what RTS kind of lacked, was PvE. PvE. How about enjoy life and stop this bullshit? You mean like making video content? Okay. Flopped off. Yeah, I mean, RTS isn't a flop for sure. I mean, it lasted, like I said, it's in its 10th year. Majority of gacha games make it to year 2. Max. They shut down real quick. They shut down really, really, really quick, guys. Like, okay, here's a memory. Here's a memory for some old school players, right? Does anyone remember The Walking Dead? Oh, what was it called? Was it called Total War? The Walking Dead. Oh, and everyone was saying, oh, this new Walking Dead game coming out, and it's going to kill RTS. That game came out and died in a year. It started and it finished, and it was gone. It was just like that, click of your fingers. And that was in year 3. No, not All Stars. This was way before All Stars. Oh, I can't remember what it was called. Was it Total War? It was something like that. It was something like that. It looked nice. You couldn't play on emulator though. The whole game was pink. I tried. I wanted to do a video on it just to check it out, but it is Total War. No Man's Land's still going because No Man's Land is based on the TV show, right? No Man's Land's based on the TV show, so that game had a bit of continuation. That's still going. I think it's going reasonably strong. All Stars obviously came out reasonably recently. Survivors, I think, yeah, that was a different, yeah, there's been a lot of Walking Dead games for sure. I guess it's time for you and Ninja to collab in Racial Legends. Yeah. No point in playing anymore then. I mean, unless you want to play War of Champions, you know, finish it off with a bang and have like that last memory of just War of Champions. That's pretty much it. No Man's Land is still going, yes, because they had TV shows, they've had spin-off TV shows, and there's still more TV shows to come, I believe, so. All Stars still continues, yeah. Survivor's probably one of the biggest. I think it was called Total War, I can't remember, to be honest. But that one started and shut down real quick. And that's what can happen with them. Will the statue still be accessible to look at tunes? That part I do not know. So if there's anything you want in the game, guys, like screenshots, video, your roster, or whatever, playing a raid, you've got until the 28th of November. So you've got over a month. You've got 45 days to get any kind of like memories to reminisce. You got 45 days to get that kind of for yourself. But like I said, I am going to try and like archive as much information when it comes to the history of RTS on my channel. Health, hopefully. Like some days I just can't make videos, guys. I'm just not feeling very well, unfortunately. But I'll try my best. I'll try my best. I wish the forums are a mess, man. They're good intentions, but people just did not use them properly at all. All people did on the forums was just whine. It was just a moan fest. Let's be honest. No one used the forums properly. It wasn't really constructive. It was just moaning. Like every other post, oh, we don't get enough of this drop. We don't get enough of that. That's all it was. Just constantly. At least, I think Discord was a little bit better because it was a little bit more sectioned. A little bit better. As soon as I can do the weekly S-Class roadmap completely, they stop. When I saw the post, I actually had to think, is this an April Fool's joke? In October, I thought they might ask you to announce it since you did so much content for them. I mean, they didn't necessarily ask me to announce it, but I found out about a couple of hours ago. Basically, there's going to be some big information dropping. You might want to make some content, you know. And that was it. And here we are. Like, today was the day of the content drop. It kind of hurts to know that RTS was, like, the only game to ever collab with Telltale. Yeah, that is actually surprising. Because Telltale's massive. Telltale is huge. And it is comic. You never know. All Stars could protect, like, okay, I'm going to be honest, like, with RTS shutting down, that could sever some sort of, like, contractual thing when it comes to Telltale association with RTS, and it could potentially feature in All Stars or something. But it would only feature in All Stars, wouldn't be in No Man's Land, I don't think. But yeah. We didn't get to see Mythic Marlon and Rosie, AJ, Lewis, and Minerva. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to ask Scopely. It's not necessarily going to happen, guys. I'm going to ask Scopely if they can give me any of the arts of characters that have been done, the actual art's been done, and the character has not been made. Because if you don't know, they've actually got, like, arts for 60 characters in advance. It's crazy. They do arts way in advance. Right? The concept of a character is created way ahead of time. But the actual creation of a character is a little bit later. And I will ask and see if I can get some artworks of upcoming characters. You know, characters that were going to be coming out in the next year or so. Even if it's only concept arts and stuff like that, they may be okay with it. You know? I might have to, like, show them a picture of a puppy with the puppy eyes and stuff, but... And also, I'll get some information on my account. I'll see how much money I've actually spent on the game. I know it's going to be a few thousand, because I remember being told 5 years ago that it was a few thousand, so it's going to be at least a few thousand. So I'll get, like, all the information on my account, like how long I played, how many days I logged in and stuff like that if I can, just for fun. More than a few thousand. Well, for you. Yeah, for me, I mean, fortunately, like, obviously, content creator and content creator rewards did help out. But But yeah, March to War. No, that was it. 100%. It was March to War. And I remember people saying March to War was going to be the killer of RTS, and it came out, and it was like 8 months later it got shut down. 8 months. It's mad. It was so crazy. They better correct Ascension Tower before game shuts down. I think, it's safe to say, guys, I don't think they're going to really do much. No updates, realistically. Now, how about this? I am going to actually talk to someone in Scopely about Alpha as the War of Champions character. I think people should get her before the end of War of Champions, otherwise they won't be able to use her. So I think maybe being able to get her during War of Champions really quickly so people can actually play with the character would be nice. People who are going to War of Champions might be interested in that. Hey, Bartholomew, thank you very much. Was my favourite gacha game of all time. Love this community. Look, kept me playing for years. Blaming me now. Type of Watcher of Realms. It takes its place. Lots of content is elite. I do appreciate it. Good. I do appreciate it. I think I've made somewhere in the region of like 3,000 videos altogether. How do you check member length? If you go down to the bottom of the chat, you can hit the $sign, and then it should say something along like share your milestone or something like that, Carlos. And then it will share in the chat your current milestone, kind of how Bartholomew just did. And it will say how many months you've been a member. There we go, 49 months. So that's what, 4 years? Just over 4 years. So you've been a member of my channel nearly half the time RTS has been around. Crazy, right? Crazy. That's crazy. Anyone who's been a member for like, I think 36 months plus. Good. You guys are the COVID crew because you all joined during COVID, and I appreciate it. I'm depressed and heartbroken. It is good. It hasn't properly set in for me yet, but yeah. I'm at 2,898 days logged in a row. I'm sure someone else. I lost my streak at about 2,200. And then, I'll be honest, I 2,200 days logged in a row. I missed my day. And then for the next, like, 3 months, I missed, like, 12 days. Like, it was like that was what was carrying my login streak, was the fact that it existed. And the second it didn't exist anymore, I didn't care. Then I got back to logging in every day again, but it's just like there was nothing to kind of like do it for anymore. But yeah, should be twice as long. Didn't pay a month a while back, so the streak ended. No, that isn't a streak. That's total. That's total. It is 49 months. You've got a blue badge. There's not many people on my channel with a blue badge. You're like probably 1 of 10 people at 48 months or higher, which is, like I say, crazy. Bartholomew is one of them as well. Although we might have a bit more blue badges because it has been a couple of months. Randy as well, 50 months. He did share it. I do apologize for missing that, Randy. 43 months for Weird Girl. And we have 44 months of Cygnus. It is mad. It is crazy. Yeah. Shouts to you. Also remembering the likes of Member Deadhead and GBZ. I'm probably gonna do like a thank you video for the people who like I knew in RTS as well. Content creators, community managers, that sort of thing. I might do like a troll tier list, like community manager tier list or something. GBZ was the best. GBZ was good. He was a goodie. 2,912. I think if you're at that, you're probably at what the max could potentially be. Which is mad. That's nearly, you know, you're closing on 10 years. That's mad. I wonder if that's why Link retired. Link retired from creating content because she went to Scopely. And I'm not really going to talk on Link's info. She told me some stuff, but if you want to ask her and message her, you can feel free. I have 2,600 raid cans ready for the what region? That's what I'm saying, guys. I want to see some crazy raid scores. I want to see some crazy raid scores. Merlin, I kind of know, I kind of understand the feeling. There was a game that shut down about 15 years ago. It was called Asheron's Call 1, right? Actually, maybe it wasn't 15. Maybe it was like 10 years ago. It was called Asheron's Call 1. And there was a guy who had played it for something like along the region of like 30 years. And he was in his like 60s. And he's like, that was all he did. He played that for like 5 hours a day. And he was like, he doesn't know what to do anymore. But yeah. Crazy, right? All the people I've met through this game, I met some awesome people. Yeah. Link stopped playing and started working for the game. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Like when you're employed by a game company, you can't play the game and promote it. I think there's some legalities around that, and it's just too many loopholes to jump through. But also the fact that it takes so much time to make content, guys. It's crazy. And Link's job was not like, there was not a lot of free time, you know. The only TWD game that was worth playing. All Stars was okay. No Man's Land wasn't too bad. RTS has lasted a really long time for sure. It lasted a long time. It's time like this when Game Pass is good. Yeah, for sure. Also, GTA 6 comes out sometime next year or something. Something to look forward to. 67 likes on the stream, guys. I appreciate it. If you are logged in on YouTube, I wouldn't mind a like on the video. Basically, all your like will do is make YouTube realize that you are the information in this video is information that is like accurate and fine, and like you're okay with the content. And then what they will do is they will promote this video to as many people as they can. And we kind of would want to get this information out there, A, for people playing the game still, so they know the game is shutting down, and B, people who don't play the game anymore, they might want to just check in and just see that the game's shut down, you know. Like, there are going to be some people who haven't played the game for years but might check in, and I get people in my chat every now and again, oh wow, I haven't played this for years, you know, is it worth coming back? That sort of thing. Like, well, I can answer that question pretty straightforwardly now. I used to watch when I played but been off for a while. Back to say goodbye. It was great watching your videos, man. There we go. I appreciate it, Cam. I appreciate it. We've got TWD RTS shutting down before GTA 6. Yes, because all the devs at Scopely want to play GTA 6 rather than make RTS stuff. It's obvious. It's obvious. Everyone knows. Whatever will we play? I plan to do some content on like other games that you guys can play if you're interested. Not necessarily games I play myself, but just other games that exist. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this channel. I've got some ideas. I'm not going to force it. You know, I'm going to see what happens. But I do want to keep making content. Obviously, I do like making YouTube content, and yeah. I'll watch your other content if you continue to make content. I appreciate it, Oscar. I do. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do, though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Is this real or are you messing with us? This is 100% genuine. This is from Scopely. It's on their official Discord if you need to go and, you know, confirm it. This is 100% real. What's up, Ruben? I know it's just a game, but it amazes me how it affects your life. This is the third game that I have played and shut down. Sucks. Thank you all for all your help that you provided over the years. No worries, Ruben. And Ruben, you've been doing a lot of work too. I've seen you on Facebook. You know, putting a lot of work, you know, to get info out there, which is obviously great. April Fool's in October, yeah. I mean, it's I hate to joke. It's like, surely it's April somewhere in the world, right? That's how time zones work. Not exactly. Hey, thank you very much. I can't switch the other screen. Thank you very much. I can't read your name. Angelolololo. Seeing you for years now. Greetings from Mexico. Just saw the news and immediately thought of seeing what you had to say about it. I do really appreciate it. It might say it. Will it say it?
Hey man, seeing you for years now. Greetings from Mexico. Just saw the news and immediately thought of seeing what you had to say about it.
Yeah. It is sad, but I think if we're honest, guys, the writing's been on the wall for a little while. For quite a little while. I did say in January I'd be very surprised if the game got to 2026. Extremely surprised. I assumed it was going to shut down next year, just based on what I saw from my analytics. I'll put it into easy, so you guys easily understand. No, War of Champions is still going ahead. Everything until the 29th of October is still 100% happening. The current monthly event is going to end. The Shane roadmap event, I assume, would continue until that point. Everything's going to happen until October the 29th. And then on October the 29th, there'll be nothing new. They might have recurring roadmaps happen every day, but nothing that they have to actually do themselves. They will not put any... There'll be no like man hours or woman hours put into the game at all. As much flack as I give the game, I'm genuinely quite sad to see it's surreal. So many years in the game. Yep. Okay, it just hit me a little bit. Anyway, just to put into perspective, guys. In the S-Class era, right? In the first hour of Kenny coming out, I got 1,200 views on his video. In the first hour. And now, in a 24 hours, I'll get 1,200 views on a new character preview. Now, it's not 100% comparable, because obviously not everyone in the community is going to watch my videos, but there's a reasonable comparison between those two things. And it's just, the game just doesn't have as many players now. I think it's pretty much just as simple as that. And a game relies on having enough players where a certain percentage you're going to spend, so on and so forth. It doesn't get more simple than that. I would have spent my advanced tokens if I knew. They might run wheels between now and the 29th. It's not impossible. They could still do stuff. They could do like a wheel with like every advanced character on it. It's not impossible. I don't know how it works, whether they have to pay for that to be actually occurring or not. I don't know exactly. But the current wheels could be the last ones, guys. Like I said, if you have any real important questions, put them in the comments of this video, not in the live stream comments, the actual comments of the video. If you go to the comments and like say, will there be any new wheels before, until the 29th? What's the schedule? What time on the 28th is the game going to shut down? This sort of stuff. And I will try and get the questions that seem the most important, and I will try and get those answered by Scopely, and I'll make a video just answering those questions. And Scopely might do an FAQ themselves on their Discord. Like I say, we'll see. Can we still refund recent purchase stuff? Now, Scopely will never answer that. GK, and the only people who will be able to answer that are Google and Apple, pretty much. Scopely will just say, no, that's not possible. Pretty much. Pretty much as simple as that. I only hopped on to see if it's true. I only looked down with no. Well, thanks for doing what you do. Or did, I guess. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. 91 likes and 182 viewers. Yeah, I think most people are like kind of stunned. Kind of stunned. Big thank you again. I think it's Angelololo from Mexico. I do appreciate that for the donation. It just popped up on my dashboard. It's a bit slow. My dashboard's a bit slow. Thanks for all the videos. Yeah, it's been a lot. There's been a lot of them. Do you want me to check how many videos I've actually made, guys? I'll just check how many videos I've made. Okay. I have done 2,837 videos and live streams in, I think, 7 years. So if you do 2,837 divided by 7, that's a lot. That's nearly a video a day. It's close. It's very close. Oh, my thing's just messed up. 1 second, guys. My monitor just cut out on my second monitor. I have to unplug it and plug it back in.
Feels good. Sounds good.
Hey, Mr. C, that's it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm streaming. I was here. Exactly. I'm going to stream the actual day of it closing down as well. If you want to witness me, you know, if you want that situation to occur, but yeah. What's your next plan? I'm not sure what I'm doing with my YouTube channel. When it comes to the rest of 61 months, by the way, Mr. C, bro, that's actually more than half the time RTS has been actually up. That is more than half. That's over 5 years. 61 months. That's mad. That is crazy. And Zotix 35 months. Thank you so much. You're just 1 month away from 3 years, which is also extremely crazy. I'll be honest, guys. For the first 6 to 8 months of me having members on the channel, I had like 5, and I didn't know what to do to make myself get more members. And then YouTube added a function where I could change it and make it so that it could be $1, so I could have people just join to have fun with it rather than trying to make mad money. Because from a $1 thing, obviously YouTube take a cut, so I don't make much, and it's just more for fun, and it's just like to help me and stuff like that. It all adds up, and I had like over 130 members at one point, and then I had people like do gifted memberships for like, I think I had 60 or 70, so I had close to 200 members at one point, which was crazy. That was the moment, man. Why didn't they sell ad space? I think they thought of what they could do, and it you know, they have to. I think they would have wanted to keep the game going if they could. You know, they would have wanted to keep, because they would have, if they could make money, they would. Yeah. Definitely need a better tune to spend. That's a question that you can ask on the video. Don't do it in the live stream. Just ask in the video. Will there be any new characters released? I can probably answer that right now. I'm guessing no. But I can get 100% confirmed by Scopely. We hit 100 likes on the stream, guys. This is going to be one of very few like videos and streams that I've got 100 likes. Although there was a time when we used to hit that quite a lot. But yeah. I'll miss Lockdown's videos. Every tune is great. And I pull and it turns out to be dude. Well, I mean, gotta blame the operator sometimes, you know. just saying. Would be really sick if you, Tex, Moon all did a live stream together. I'm not sure if you would find the time, but it would be awesome parting gesture. We can try and talk about it. Like I say, we've got some time. Any suggestions, you can put them on my Discord server. Like I said, I'm going to be doing some tier lists. I'll probably do some compilations, like my best pulls in each era, maybe. Probably not the 5-star era, because I don't think I pulled much in the 5-star era. and 5 stars were impossible to get. Absolutely impossible. What's the odds of a Walking Dead Part 2? I'd say pretty much 0. There might be more Walking Dead games in the future. Like we did get All Stars, which I was really, really surprised at. But yeah, you could change to Lockdown's cooking channel. Well, what I actually thought I would do, guys, is because the channel's called Lockdown TWD, I thought I was going to just change it to Lockdown This Week's Download, which was what I was going to do. And then every week I might download a new game and just try it out. And I might do a live stream on it. And like a tier list of the characters I tested out. And stuff like that. because I do love the beginning of a game a lot, but sticking with a game for like a long period of time, I've burnt myself out with that. Like I think I've stuck with a game. Like if you look at all of the channels out there, guys, who've played, who've been like in the gacha game space, most of them don't stick with the game as long as I have, because they move on or the game doesn't last as long. So I'm kind of unique, you know. Like if you look at the big ones in other games, is your brother. Now my brother plays Tacticus right now, and I actually started playing Tacticus 2, which is Warhammer 40k Tacticus. It's okay. It's kind of like Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. If you're into Warhammer 40k, it could be good. Yeah, no worries, Mini Blakey lads. You too, man. There'll be some streams in the next 45 days, and like I said, on the actual final day, there'll be a stream. What's the point of playing if closing? Some people like to play the game. They might play it up until the very last day, try and get their roster maxed out as much as possible. There'll be some people who just want to finish the last event, because this current monthly event for, is it Herschel, is the last ever event. The next Warrior Champions in 2 weeks is the last Warrior Champions. Like it even says, you will not be able to it will not be possible to make any in-app purchases starting from October 29th. That is the weekend of Warrior Champions. So they'll be turning off possible spending during Warrior Champions, and you might just want to, you know, have one last little bit of hurrah, you know. At least we can use Herschel before Warrior Champions. Yeah, there we go. You probably have the opportunity here to start really growing your channel. I mean, your game. Yeah, I mean, that's the possibility. I'm going to focus on my health first, because I'm having, like I said, I'm having a little bit of health issues. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of health issues, and it's just annoying me. Nothing to worry about if anyone's a warrior in chat, but it's okay. I'm doing all right. It's just frustrating because it's hard to make content when I'm not feeling very well. But my brother does not play RTS. He stopped playing when it got into the S-Class era. He played for the first couple of months and then... Oh, no, wait. He stopped playing when it got into the Mythic era. He played for the first couple of months and then stopped. It's like 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I had the best burn team with 900k burn turn 1. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Kem Singh, do I remember you? I have seen a lot of names. There's 200 names in this chat right now. And I'll be honest, I don't remember everybody. I still remember when some 4-star outperformed 5-star around first year. I mean, they kind of had to, because they only gave 4 stars to free-to-play. 5-star era is kind of brutal like that. Yeah. Lockdown will become a mukbang YouTuber. There's few things I would deny. I don't want to say, no, that's not going to happen. But I can say in this particular case, Shane, that is not going to happen. I'm not going to become a mukbang YouTuber. Just, nope. It's just not going to happen. I just logged into the game for the first time since a long time, and I get spammed with pop-ups. Yeah, I think my record is like 14 pop-ups in one go. One thing I would love for someone to make is an overall documentary history of this game. Ups and lowest downs. Yeah, I mean, that's a big one. That's a big one, but like a timeline would be kind of cool. It was a 9-year-old game. It's like, not, like I say, not many games have made it this far. Obviously, they made massive mistakes. I think one of the biggest mistakes that Scopely made with this game is they didn't try and steal anyone else's ideas. I know that sounds crazy, right? But if you played Fortnite, they steal everybody's ideas and they still stay on top. Fortnite's still relevant because they steal everybody's ideas. You know? What was that game that came out with Apex Legends? Apex Legends came out, and then that character came out that could shoot like a zip line across the map. 2 weeks later, Fortnite had a zip line gun come out. 2 weeks later. They just stole it straight up. Boom. That's how they are. And it's like, it isn't against the rules. Just do it. Just do that stuff. But so should I use all my tokens? Yeah, if you plan to go to Warrior Champions, you're going to want to blow all your tokens as much as you can to get your roster as strong as possible for when you go to Warrior Champions. Any idea when the top 100 leaderboard for War of Champions comes out? That will probably come out in the next 48 hours, I would assume. I would assume Scopely have been working on this announcement as a priority. And then in the next 48 hours, we'll have the top 100 come out. I think it's going to probably be checked and double checked and triple checked just so everything's good. But yeah. Should I nuke my account? I mean, you can, but it will also just be automatically nuked soon enough, you know. But then again, there is a possibility that you will actually keep your account and be able to log into it still. Just don't delete the app. If you delete the app, you'll never be able to download it again. Although there will probably be someone who has the app like uploaded onto some website somewhere, you know. This game survived longer than I ever thought it would be, to be honest. Everyone back in the 5-star era thought, yeah, exactly. People were talking about what's happening right now. This is called a sunset, guys. If you don't understand what this is, it's a sunset. It's a legal requirement for any game that is live service to go through what this is happening right now, where they have to give a 45-day notice, and they've given a 45-day notice where they have to give notice of 45 days of when the game is shutting down on live service games. That's how it works. That's how it works now. I've been on games where they're simply like, oh, the game's shutting down next week. I have been on games like that. So that's a rule. And I think it's a rule for Apple and like Google. I'm 99% sure it's a rule for those websites. That's it. It probably is how long it takes to process it as well, you know, to take it off the store and stuff. It'll be like Flappy Bird. Exactly. So you'll still be able to log in. You'll be able to check out your characters, your weapons, but every now and again it will pop up saying, you know, giving you an error, saying can't like connect to the server, and it's because there is no servers to connect to. You won't be able to do any gameplay, but you'll be able to look at your roster. You won't be able to level up any characters. The second you level up a character, your game will crash. Any of you guys had it where like you tried to level up a character and the game has crashed? It's because it couldn't connect to the servers for a split second, so it crashed your game instead. That's pretty much what was going on there. I just spent $500 to get ready. War of Champions is still happening. As much as that probably isn't the news you want to hear. War of Champions is still going to go ahead. This is just going to be it, though. That War of Champions will be like the last hurrah. I'm changing my defense to kicking Jesus. Kicking Jesus. I'm going to have to go back over all my streams and look for like memes as well. Like top 5 bugs in the game, top 5 gates, you know. Oh man, there's so many potential videos. As long as I have my health okay, I'll try my best, guys. What about another gold rush? I will be honest, I did message someone from Scopely about doing a gold rush for people. I'll see if it's possible. Like, I'll see if I can message them and see if it's possible, because they've got until the 29th to roll things out, and they could still make money off of a gold rush. You never know. I don't know what character they could do for the gold rush though. Maybe a crate with all the like, it wouldn't be anything new. There'll be nothing new in there, guys. Top 5 bugs, yeah, exactly. Top 5 bugs. Like one of the best bugs was the giant characters. That was timeless. Anyone? I remember Wendy Gate. That's what I'm saying. I think I'm gonna make some channels in my Discord, going through some stuff. Giant characters, exactly, Mr. C. Exactly. Like, that wasn't a bad one. That wasn't a bad one. That was a good one. But yeah. Did you know earlier than us that the game was shutting down? I was told that there was some big news going to be announced today. And I was basically sitting here waiting. I was actually told that the news was going to drop a little later, so I was kind of just like chilling. And it dropped a little bit earlier than I was told, but it's no big deal. Anyone things are like, man, I'll never forget the giant characters. If anyone ever talks to me about RTS in 5-10 years, I'll remember the just giant Shiva. Or like a giant Herschel, like stomping on the enemy team. It was great. Yeah, it's definitely going to be top 5, like, or top 10 OP characters or something like that as well. What if they just unlock all characters for everyone and sunset the game? This is the sunset. This notification is them sunsetting the game. I don't think they're going to put much time into it. It'd be really nice if they did, but I don't think they will. I did play a game where they did that. I played an MMO, and the devs came on for the last day, and they did crazy stuff. They like made some people 5 times the size they should be, and they made some people 5 times smaller than they should be, and everyone was running around, and they increased the luck drops of chests by like times 10, so you could get like the really rare stuff, and it was just on the very last day of the game. And they're not going to do anything like that in RTS because obviously some of that doesn't exist, but 800%. Yeah. Make the previous characters. Okay, that's a good one, Lester. That's a good one. Remember, if you've got any requests, guys, go into the comments of this stream and put your request there, or put your question there, and I will try and gather up all the questions within the next 24 hours, and I'll present it to someone at Scopely and just say, like, can you answer some of these questions? These are the frequently asked questions I was seeing on my stream and stuff like that. And I'll ask some particular questions as well. I played this game when we had those role trainers, Rob the Rebel trainer. Yeah, man. I have no idea what I'm going to do with all my free time I got coming my way. You're gonna have to fill it with some sort of hobby, something, right? Some sort of hobby or a game. There's definitely gonna be something that happens. Either that or your Watch of Realms account is gonna get cracked real quick. So the reason they sold the Warrior Champions character and weapons before is because it was going to be closing. Yeah, that's pretty much, you're right. Like, the reason, like, they probably knew it was happening I'd say they probably knew about 3 months ago. And the reason I say that is because this Warrior Champions was way quick. Anyone like, when this Warrior Champions was announced, I was just kind of like, what the hell's just happened there? New Warrior Champions. Kind of out of nowhere. Like, normally we'd have a break and stuff. It was just instantly like, oh, qualifiers are going to start in 2 weeks. But yeah, I noticed everything was yeah, I think I got messages and people were saying, is there going to be a reset? I didn't know. I kind of assumed there was going to be something happening. I wasn't sure what, but here we have it. I mean, I did have this as one of the potential options. I wasn't going to be messaging people that. When people messaged me, I wasn't going to say, yeah, the game could be shutting down. Like, but yeah. I thought we were one. Yeah, they were generally like twice a year, but they generally had a gap. I know people who spent thousands on this game, what they meant to do. They'll still have their accounts. They just won't be able to use them. This is kind of like one of the small intricacies of the is it TOS? Not TOS. Maybe it is TOS. Terms of service. Like, part of it is you don't own anything you've bought as well. But you will be able to see everything you bought still. Remember gold rushes before character ones? Those ones were so loaded. Gold rushes before character ones. What happened in gold rushes before character ones? I don't remember that. Oh, was that where you could get like promo characters? Oh yeah, I actually remember that. That's how I tried to get Titan, if I remember. Smitty, if you want to try and get refunds, the only way you can do that is via your transaction company. Scopely are not gonna. Don't even bother contacting Scopely. They won't do anything about it. And honestly, I doubt Google and Apple are going to do anything either. Because the second you say the game was it was announced the game's shutting down, they probably even know the game's about to shut down, so they'll just say no. Because they legally don't have to do anything. Yeah. I actually thought they were going to try and make the game more accessible to newcomers, nearly giving away S-classes for Kabir. You're a kind heart, Valiant. That's what it is. You're just a kind heart. I can imagine Valiant sitting at the kitchen table just eating his toast in the morning going, Scopely, they're just doing good stuff right now. They're making it more accessible for new players. You're a kind heart, Valiant. Oh, goodness. I'm sad. I'm sad. Maybe this is the end for something new. I mean, it definitely is, but not from Scopely's perspective. They're not going to be doing anything new when it comes to RTS. It's pretty much done. Now, it doesn't mean we won't see anything coming for The Walking Dead from Scopely. It's very, very unlikely. It will not connect to your previous account at all. 0. Do you know the total active player base, like the numbers? If I had to put an estimation on the current active players, I'd say it would be somewhere in the 5k region, but less. And I mean, like, I'm just talking about people who play casually and regularly, you know? Super, like, I think I did it once before. Do you remember the anniversary where we got Garrett, right? And they did this massive event, and it was called Rise to Power, and you got like associated with a group. Like you're putting the Saviors, or you're putting Hilltop, and then like all of the people in the Hilltop competed with all the people in the Saviors. It was kind of weird. It was like the 3rd anniversary or something like that, right? That era, that event, I did the calculations after week 1, and I could calculate based on how many points the Saviors had, the Hilltop had, all of those groups had. I divided by the max amount of points you could get in a week, which was like 700, and I calculated the minimum amount of players that there were, and at that point there was 110,000 minimum players, minimum. And but there was probably more because not a lot of people would have got the max, so it was probably closer to like 150 to 160k. And right now, my guesstimation is probably like it's down at like, I'd say it's probably at close to like, probably like 5 to 7k altogether. But like in terms of active, like properly active players, you're probably talking probably like, you're lucky if you're looking at 3k. Because if you think about it, Warrior Champions is 3,000 players. The last Warrior Champions had 3,000 players at it. They were probably 3,000 active players. And also 3,000 potential spenders. Probably, let's say, like 40% of those players are probably spenders. But outside of the Warrior Champions qualifying players, probably like 5%, 10% spenders. But yeah, that's just kind of how it is. Feels like a bad breakup, yeah. Okay, here's a question for you guys. Just a small question, and I'll take a read from the chat. Just you can say yes or no. I actually can do a giveaway to like tomorrow, and I can try and have that giveaway finished before Warrior Champions. Would you think it's still worth doing to get a free copy of a character? Like anyone who knows what I'm talking about, because like I was told I could do these, and I didn't do it until I was going to do it like 2 weeks before Warrior Champions, and then look what we have. No, that's a shame, isn't it? This definitely is a sad day, even though I'm partially retired. Still, it's the end of an era. Yeah, pretty much. Seeing mixes of no's and yeses. No, it's your fault. Okay. It's my fault. Okay. I'm not sure if you're joking, but yeah. For the pleasure of them selling the tune if you win. They're not selling the... Oh, then selling the tune if you win. Okay. No, I'm thinking about... The way I'm thinking about it is if you're wanting to go to Warrior Champions, you still might want to win a character to get like your Regina up to LB3. I don't know how many people would be interested in that though. That's all. I'm still glad this game is from the West. These grinding RPG games in Asia grind way too much. Too much gritty detail and exists just 3 years in the publisher you heard as nostalgia. Ryder, I kind of agree. I played the game Was it called Once Human? And man, it's crazy. I think that's made by an Asian developer, but it's aimed at a Western market with how it is. But yeah. I haven't played in the last few years. I retired almost 6 years of daily play. Still a very sad day. RIP TWD RTS. I have a lot of memories and friends because of this game. I'll be completely honest, guys. Sometimes I see people's avatars, you know, your picture next to your name. I don't remember names. I've told my people who have been in my chat a lot know that I've said this. Like, I don't remember names very well. I'm very bad at names, but I always remember avatars. I'm very good at pictures and faces. And when I told people that, a lot of people changed their avatar to something so I'd remember it better. And I remember a lot of you guys coming back. Like, I haven't played in a lot of years, but I still remember your avatars. I still remember you commenting on my videos. You know, I may not remember your name. Your names could change, but as long as you didn't change your avatar, I still remember you. I've waited almost a year to complete Eugene 2K and LB3, and some Ultra Tunes to LB3. Yeah. How much have you spent? It's a few thousand. It's gonna be a few thousand. I think I can get that number off of Scopely. I'll probably make a roundup video, and it'll be called like, how much money did I spend in RTS? You know. And there'll be other questions. Maybe some other questions I can answer. I don't know what other ones I can answer, really. Do you remember Hello There? Yeah, I remember Hello There, because I used to say hello there, hello there. Login streak is at 3,011. Okay, guys. I'm going to do like a login streak tier list. Got to send me a screenshot of your login streak. Who had the best? I think there's a max. I think probably there's people like gonna have the same. I'm not sure what that is. I waited almost a year to complete. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Yeah, like it is rough, guys. I know some people like in the middle of doing like an objective they had, and this is it. You can still do those objectives in the next 45 days. Now you might not care to. You might be like, yeah, I'm done. I don't care. I liked playing the game, but it's shutting down, so I'm done. But some people might be sitting here going, I've got 45 days to finish off my account how I wanted to finish it off. Simple as that. Some people, I'm going to go to World Champions. I'm going to just have a lot of fun with my faction for the last time, and then that's going to be it. You know? And if you have the Patient Zero tag, bloody Patient Zero tag, they couldn't even explain how to get that. RTS didn't even know how to get that. Dark Rift, or Dark Drift, should I say? Take it as a blessing, to be honest, that you didn't spend too much more time on it. But yeah, the cash grab is crazy though, and they made it like a week before this announcement. What are you talking about, Willy Boss? Like they have like this is how it works, right? They have a contractual agreement to get out a certain amount of characters per month to try and make a certain amount of money per month for the IP that they're like paying for. So they have to get out characters. Now I will say they did rush out the characters this month before this announcement because they knew that the second that this announcement happened, people aren't going to spend. But yeah. That is kind of weird, Shane. That is kind of weird. I wonder how that works. No idea. Scopely should give infinite equipment and trainers to be able to improve my characters. You see, the thing is, they are still going to try and respect the integrity of competition to like as much as high integrity competition can have in a gacha game as well for War of Champions, because there are definitely some people who are going to take that very seriously still. They want to win the last War of Champions. They want to go out with a bang. So they're not going to give out crazy stuff for free before then. And then after the 29th, which is the War of Champions weekend, then they're not even going to touch the game again. So they're not going to do anything like that, I don't think. The Gold Rush stuff that people talked about, though, I will try and speak to someone from Scopely and say this could be just a a cool thing. So hold on to those gold mythic tokens at least. There's not much to pull for anyway in there. But yeah, end of an era. It definitely is. This is in the 10th year of RTS. Year 10. Telltale tunes will either be the best or the worst tune that got released in that period. No in between. Yeah, it's actually kind of hilarious how Telltale went. Like, the Clementines were either really, really, really good or really, really, really bad. There was no, like, middle of the road Clem. Like, and all the ones that were leaders were pretty good. The specialists were the ones that were random. This latest Clem was great. I'm talking about the what characters and other things. Ah, right, you mean trying to sell those characters. I mean, yeah. Make it offline in Warrior Champions Gold Rush. Make it happen. I mean, you can't play it off. I mean, you can play it offline. You just won't be able to do anything. Now, Shane, I think it was Shane who asked about dueling yourself. I don't know. I've got no idea. But yeah, I don't know. The entire game will become a beta region. I mean, what will happen is, I've said about it before, is you just won't be able to communicate with any server because there will be no server, but you might be able to start up the game and it will just bring an error message and you can click OK and you can go into your roster and check out your roster. Maybe. Maybe. It depends how much information is server side and how much information is on your phone. Because, you know, has anyone ever had it where they download their profile and it's like 250 megabytes? It's because that's all the information on like what characters you have, what the level they're at. And if you level up someone, that gets updated and it's kind of like refers to the server to say, hey, it's updated. It's just a quick back and forth. If you do any pulls, instantly refers to the server. Like, we're doing pulls, we're spending these tokens, we're getting this back, sort of thing. And then it's like probably provably fair situation where they can see if anything's going awry. But you won't be able to play the game. Like, you won't be able to do anything most likely. Scopely mistake killed the game, or is it TWD General is just dead? I think it's a mix. I think obviously the game, if anyone wants to know when the game really fell apart, is when All Stars came out. And I think a lot of people tried All Stars and saw like how All Stars was as a game, and it was really nice for players. It was really nice for players. And at that point, RTS was disgusting for players. It was so horrible to play. And they came back to RTS and it just wasn't fun. There was also nothing happening. Like, for a month and a half, they didn't do any event. So there wasn't even anything happening at that time. It was right after Award Champions, I believe. And a lot of people I think just slowly stopped playing at that point. And then from there to here, it's just slowly gone down. Month after month after month after month after month. It just slowly, less players, less players, less players, less players, less players. Like, maybe they might have had some months where there was a little bit of uptick here and there, where they had like more players like join and leave or something like that, but it was generally on a full decline. Can use the tokens to complete some of the S-Class tunes. You remember when 5-star Yellow Priya came out? 2 Priya team played the entire game. Yeah, don't worry. Like I said, I'm going to do like a tier list of the most OP characters, and Priya's definitely going to be on there. Beginning of Mythic with S-Class years was fun. Yeah, those wars with S-Class characters in them. Like, what was it? Was it Maggie? No. Marge with the Guardian Shields, Exhaust. Oh, she could... I hated her. This game legit had 0 advertising. Yeah, it kind of relied on word of mouth and old players coming back to check it out. Can you tell me why the game is shutting down? It's in its 10th year. There are less players playing now than ever. They're probably not making enough money to reliably keep it going as a game. Obviously it's not an original IP. They have to pay for, to use The Walking Dead as an IP, and they probably weren't making much money at all, or like the forecast was really bad. i.e. like within the next 6 months they'd probably start losing money, which you cannot start losing money. So they probably cut the ties early. Basically, simple as that. 5-star cake for the win, definitely. Don't forget 6-star Doc Stevens, the man that could be used for 2 eras. I think he was even used in the Mythic era, like for a little bit, because you could still use him on attack with a command. It's just like absolutely mad. Akira came out. Yeah, I hated Akira on that defense where he had that full cleanse. That was brutal. Especially when he had 90%, what was it? 90% mods. What was it called? It's not exhaust, it's I always forget this one. Trauma. He had a trauma mod. 90% trauma resist. And they brought out the same week as him as like in some promotion, or it was like that month's Diamond League, I think, or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, 90% trauma. I hated it. It was the only way you could realistically kill him was hit him with trauma, and he could resist it 90% of the time. And obviously, like I will say, there were certain good things that happened in the Mythic era. Control role characters really did balance the game extremely well, because their 40% reduction in resist is massive. You know, really, really, really good. Really, really, really good. That was such a good balance. Bro, Tex, do you see what day they're closing the game down, bro? Do you see what day they're closing it down? Me and Tex share the same birthday, by the way, guys. Do you see the day they're shutting it down, Tex? We couldn't make this up if we tried, bro. Like, we couldn't do this if we planned it. The game is shutting down on mine and Tech's birthday. like they knew our birthday, bro. Exactly. That's so messed up, bro. I'm gonna be doing a birthday stream on the last day of RTS, just crying. I'll be crying times 2, man. Game is shutting down on our birthday, bro. They couldn't even go for a cheeky like 1st of December or something. They had to do it. Happy birthday! Yeah, right. Oh man, it's brutal. We're 124 likes though, guys. Tex needs to do a 48-hour walk rage stream. I still might do my World Champions weekend streams. You know, the scoreline thing. I might. I'll see if they can get me a key to go. We'll see. 40 Tex, bro. Don't kill yourself. Like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, Tex. Like, do 12 hours instead. That's probably safer. My wife is happy with this news. You're not the first person to say that. Cygnus said it, and I'm no doubt some other people have said it too. Like, guys, if you're married and you've been playing this game for a long time, go tell them that this game's shutting down and see their reaction. They'll be like, oh, thank goodness. Let me just call my lawyer for a second. I'm just going to cancel a meeting. Oh, blimey. I was the leader of my faction the time I came back. Nobody was in for 2 years. Yeah, that's how it goes. I have to try and figure it. Like, I have to go back and find the names of my previous factions. I'm terrible with names. I'm so bad. Let's all raid Scope Police HQ and force them to give us all tunes before they shut down the game. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Definitely not going to happen, guys. FBI, if you're watching, we're not doing this. Just so we're clear. No raiding is going to take place. This is not something that I endorse at all. Anyway, Nuno, your TWD content is always top notch, and text tier list videos were legendary. Gonna miss it. There's gonna be a little bit more content over the next 45 days or so. Maybe a little bit more after that. I might do an AMA once the game's shut down, because once the game's shut down, I don't think I have a NDA anymore. I think I'll have to confirm that, and I can talk about anything. theoretically. So I'll do an AMA maybe where you can ask me any question you want. My wife is officially happy. That is the funniest thing ever. They didn't post on Facebook since July until now. I guess that should have been a big clue. Yeah, I'll be honest, they didn't really use Facebook very well. They didn't use Twitter very well. Like, I asked to have my content shared on those platforms because it actually helped my content. I saw when they posted on that platform, people clicked on my content and did it. And it was at certain points, it was like blood from a stone. I will say Shucks has been much better, but it wasn't by much. Like, I think they just didn't care enough about Facebook and Twitter, really. Which I understand. The majority of what their game is in-game. You know, they don't necessarily have to post it on those things, but yeah. Like, they had the blog posts. You know, they probably wanted people not to go to Twitter to find and Facebook to find out the information. They wanted them to go to the TWD RTS.com, you know. I'm in other niche group, and in my birthday, the bad news come out, and I just like, what the... Oh, today's your birthday. Ryder, I'm sorry. Happy birthday, though. Collab birthday stream on the last day of RTS. Oh, my goodness. Told my girlfriend of 5 years this game is shutting down, and I think she just went to buy a ring. Finally, he's single. You were married to the game. The divorce papers just came through though. Oh goodness, it's all fun and games, guys. But it's gonna really hit at some point. What's England's version of the FBI? We have Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard. We probably have some other one. MI6 is our version of. I don't even know what it would be in America. What do you have? Do you have spies in America? MI6 is spies. You know, not very good spies because everyone knows MI6 exists and where you know you know where the building is too. But they probably got more than one building. But yeah. All the dirt. Yeah. My wife was ecstatic as well. Now you're gonna have a lot more free time in your hands, guys. What you want to do, right, for the first 2 or 3 months is spend a lot more time with your wife, and then the second she says, "Oh God, you're so annoying, you spend so much time with me," you say, "See? I told you. I told you. Told you the game. It's keeping this marriage together." What are you going to do in chat? I'm not really sure yet. I'll be definitely doing something. I'm going to be taking a little, like, break other than doing what I can for the RTS content in the meantime, but yeah. I think MI6 is the equivalent of the CIA. Yeah, that's it, Sergeant. Yeah, that's it. Pretty much. Hando! That's a name I have not seen in a while. How you doing, man? Took Hando to his first Warrior Champions. He was not expecting it. We were 29 out of 30. I said, Hando, join us. I saw you. I was like, come join us. Get into Warrior Champions. I can't remember what character do you get from that, Hando. Did you get Eris? Or did you get the guy with the machine guns? I can't remember his name. Is this news fake or real? It's real. You can double check it on the RTS Discord if you really want to, though. How is this possible? I basically paid their salary this year through all my transactions. We see they're a company that wants to make profits, not just pay salaries. And the profits were not high enough, apparently. The CIA. Yeah, sorry, I'm having to scroll. I haven't had this many people comment on my streams in a while. Everyone keep this in mind when making microtransactions, just save your money. I mean, it is always the case. Like, people used to joke that anything you buy now is useless in 30 days. The truth is it's actually useless in 45 days because that's how long a sunset lasts, as proven by this post. But that's with any game. They could sunset a game that you're playing right now. Any mobile game could get sunset at any point. That's just how these games work. They could be like, we're not making enough money. Our forecast is bad, and they sunset the game the next week. 45 days later, it's gone. And that's how it works. RTS has lasted 9 years, and it's in its 10th year. I think as much as that's sad that it's going, most games only last 2 years, guys. Genuinely. If that. All that money, oh well, kept me busy during the nursing. Exactly, like, I think, yeah, I mean, depending on how much money you spend, generally speaking, I think most people can be reasonably happy with their time spent in RTS in terms of just enjoying the game and memories and stuff like that, and hopefully you made some cool friends in your factions and so on and so forth. Machine Gun Guy, that's it. It was Walk 6, that's the right. The updated monument just now. Someone's listened to it. Someone's in the chat. Shucks was in here earlier, but he might have been saying like, wait, the monument's not been updated? Are they going to give me my money back for what I spent recently? RTS will not give you anything back. But you would have to contact your transaction person at Apple, Google. But I would say 99% of the chances they already know the game's getting closed down, because Scopely probably would have contacted them and saying, we're sunsetting our game. It's going to close down on this date, and then it's going to go off the app stores on that date. And because that's going to be in their logs that the game is going offline, they'll know that people might try and contact them for refunds, and they'll be saying no. It's up to you if you want to try. Most likely not going to happen, but yeah. Seems very bad considering they promoted all what characters and weapon making you want to buy and to increase your overall roster and power for the future. Now the future is gone for the game. Bad. Anything they're selling is only as good as the next War of Champions. The next War of Champions is still occurring, right? If you want to go to the next War of Champions, you still can. If you want to go out with a bang, a memory, with your faction, you know, if you want to try and get the highest score you've ever got at a War of Champions, you know, the highest score in a war, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do, you can do at this point. It's in your hands. Choice is 100% there. You're in a strange situation where you can just blow all your resources too. You're saving for nothing now. You're not like, should I level up this character because there might be a good character coming out next month? You want to just level up everything. You want to be pulling all your ultra and advanced tokens now. You might want to save it until as close to World Champions as possible, just in case they do like release a new will. Like I said, I'm going to ask them questions like this. Are they going to be doing anything like this? I'll try and get an FAQ video out as soon as I can. But you can just obviously just say, "Now I'm done," and just leave. It's 100% in your hands at this point. Chi-Town, it's up to you. The fact this game lasted so long and the reason why so many of us are upset with the news, something you do for years and years every day, is just soon gone. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I just realized that this game spawned all my video game usernames. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. That's how I use a team name. You know, like if you have a game where you can name your team or your like faction. I have a team name or a faction name in single player games that was spawned from a random game. So I know what you're talking about there. I get. I read the news on Facebook and thought to see what you was posting. Yep, I understand. My game is not working properly. I mean, it definitely is still up and working right now. I was negotiating whether to pull Red Clem. That's what I mean. If you're a Clementine fan, you're a Telltale fan, but you didn't think this character was going to be powerful enough, you might want to just pull anyway. You know? You might want to just pull anyway. Had 4 times Andrew and Command Heath in the 5-star era. You were part of the problem, Steve. All those times trying for things like stun on defense and weapons drove me mad. Yeah, I might have to do a video like best ever weapon pulls because I did some crazy ones. I think Mr. C saw my best ever one because I did it on Twitch. Not many people were on that Twitch stream. But, yeah. Where do I transfer? Do you want me to show you what region I transferred to, guys? One sec. Let's see how many ads we get. 1. Okay, it's just 1. It's not bad. So I transferred to a new region after the last World Champions. And the reason I transferred there is because it makes a lot of sense when it comes to what I liked about the game the most. And I transferred to Macon, the region. If you don't know where Macon is where Lee Everett in Telltale Games is from. And that's where you go in the first couple of episodes of Telltale. You go to Macon and you go to like the little shop on the corner. I think it was like a pharmacy or something. And I was in Macon. So yeah. I'm not sure what wheels are up right now. Like you've got the Connie wheel. You can pull some Connie. Where did you find out the game is shutting down? It's not on their site. I found out on Discord. I know where Macon is at in GA. Oh, I mean, I think most people know, but all of the regions in RTS, they're all... oh, Regina's in this wheel. Holy moly. She's not even in one of the main advertised. That's crazy. All of the regions in this game are places in Georgia. But yeah. That awful anniversary world. These characters are crazy that are popping out. All previous ultras. So, I mean, this wouldn't be a bad wheel to spend your tokens on. Who else is there? I mean, there's a lot here. I think there is some... Like, Kyle's the only... Surgeon Stevens randomly. Kyle, Crag. St. Paddy's Day, Rosita. Actually, St. Paddy... Now, these were all Ultra, actually. Was Surgeon Stevens an Ultra? Maybe Kyle was an Ultra. Just really old ones. Is Regina even here? Okay, she is. Never mind. Okay. So, every character there is... And then... Is Clementine still here? I think she's gone. I don't think she's here anymore. Was she on a wheel? I think Red Clem's gone. Man, they didn't put her wheel up for very long. That's interesting. I think this will make this stash makes more sense now. Like they're giving people the opportunity to get all the old characters. All right. Which is kind of cool, I guess. Clem was only at 1 week. They added Regina. Regina's in this Ultra wheel for, what's her name? For Connie. She is in here. Look, you can see she is... Regina there. Regina. Why would they still release new tunes, allowing players to spend if they knew the game was shutting down? They're contractually obliged to do that. They have to release a certain amount of characters every month. It wasn't just like it should be illegal. The legalities they have over it is they have to give people 45 days notice that the game is shutting down, and this is what they're doing right here. Like, I think the same can happen with like Windows, for instance, right? Windows can just randomly say, we're no longer updating Windows XP. And they did that, right? We're no longer going to be updating Windows XP. We're also no longer going to be doing any sort of like Windows XP like fixes or anything to do with Windows XP. So you can still use it, but it's at your own risk. You can still log into RTS after the 45 days, most likely. You won't be able to play the game. You might be able to check your roster. We're not really sure at that point. That 5 stars, 4 stun Mirabelle still gave me. Reggie's Will had the same secondary tunes as Connie or Ultra. Still sad they never made a mythic Oliver. Oliver, I remember Oliver. Didn't they release him as like an Ascension character or something? It was kind of weird. Job will always be my all-time favorite tune. That 50% attack to all fast teammates and applying 2 times crosshairs to 2 enemies each turn. I liked using Job as a non-lead. It was pretty cool. Lockdown unemployed. I'll be completely honest. I haven't made much money off of RTS videos for the last like 5 months. There's not. I'm gonna be honest. There's not much money in making RTS videos. So it's not too much of a problem when it comes to that side of things. Hey, what's up, Noah? It's a long time. I haven't played the game in like a year and a half, but quite sad to see. It was bound to happen at some point though. Yeah, without a doubt. Like in January, I was talking about just the fact that I don't think it was going to last until 2026. But yeah. Now you can say how much money you made. Well, on YouTube, it's over $50,000, but it's not crazy money. You know, I've been doing it for a long time. Like, there's very few people who've made 50k on YouTube. But that, like I said, it's been over a year. So it's not like I'm not on like a 100k a year like some people think. Like, I had someone message me thinking I was like, no. I never had a contract with YouTube. I might do an AMA, but I never had a contract with YouTube. Not YouTube, but I never had a contract with Scopely. You know? I never had a contract. Like some people who make content for gacha games have contracts with the gacha game where they get paid by the gacha game to continue making content for that game. In Watcher of Realms, the other game I play, there are a handful of content creators who have contracts there. You know? Because A, it supplements their income, because YouTube money is not crazy good. Like the most money, I'll be honest, I'm going to just straight up say this one, right? Let's just straight up say. Do you remember that game I played, that random zombie game? And I made like 5 videos on it, and I live streamed it for like 3 hours. I got like $1,500 from that. That's where you can make crazy money. It's just making a couple of videos on another game. And that's how you can make crazy money. Making a video talking about a battle pass coming out, and it gets like 2,000 views, that'll be lucky if you get $10. You know, like you'll be very lucky if you get $10. What game was it? I think it was called like... I can't remember. It's on my channel. You can check it on my channel. I'll test people who find touch of grass. So people, what is your favourite character of all time? I really like Double Attack Dwight. I think the beginning of all of the eras was a lot of fun. To be honest, the beginning of the eras was a lot of fun. I started this game a couple of days ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I actually saw so many messages of people starting the game recently. I was like, oh, that's sick. And then I obviously found out about this, and I was like, well, that sucks. Like, you know, because right now, if you were to start the game, honestly, right now, brand new, you've got so much of the game to play. Like, it would take you genuinely 2 years to get to where I am at, because Conquest takes so long. The resources that you'd have to gain, like, it's mad. Like, I haven't played properly for like 3 months, and my defense is still defending everybody on my new region. Age of Z, yeah, that's the one, Shane. Yeah. Indeed. Now, I had a couple of promotions, but that was the only game I ever promoted. But like I say, like, that was nothing to do that at 1,500. Which is a crazy amount of money, to be honest. For like, I'll be honest, the amount of time I put into that, maybe total 8 hours. I'm in Macon region. I moved there just because Lee Everett's from Macon region. If you are planning to go to War of Champions, though, guys, I don't think you should move region, because I don't know how that works. So like decide on which region you want to retire in if you're going to Warrior Champions, and then move to it after Warrior Champions. Although I don't know what they're gonna do. They might not reset things after Warrior Champions. They might just let you sit in Warrior Champions, honestly. Lydia, yeah, Fast Lydia was really cool in Mythic Era. Who else? Mike was cool. Guess I'm switching back to All Stars. I'm probably gonna do some like previews on those games. Where are you from? I'm detecting UK West Country accent. Bristol. Nah. I'm from West London. I grew up in a place called Hammersmith in London, if you know it. And then I moved to Acton when I was like 11 or something. Actually, I was younger than 11, but officially it was 11. For old time's sake. She might do it. She might do it.
Feels good. Sounds good.
She might do it.
For old time's sake. Oh.
It was worse than I thought it was going to be. I thought she was going to go, oh, but she actually tried to, like, harmonize it. Oh, goodness. What are your plans? Because TWD RTS. I'm not really sure, ABTN. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a little while. I'm not really sure. I'll decide, like, probably in the new year what I'm going to do. I have, like, 6 months at least. I have, like, 9 months to decide. Worth it. I appreciate it. No, I do appreciate it. I have 9 months to decide, because the way YouTube works is you stay partnered on a channel until you go below 4,000 view time. My view time is actually way low now. I barely get like 2k a month now, just because the game, I don't make as many videos and the game isn't as big, but fine. I mean, I do play another gacha game at the moment, guys. I do play another one. I can link you to it. One sec. Let me just get my other channel. Is this my channel? This is my channel. And I'll link it in chat. So here's my other channel, guys.
Feels good. Sounds good.
That's my other channel. Hey, Valiant. Thanks for all the laughs and rants. What are you having for dinner? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. Chicken and rice, maybe? I don't know. Here's my other YouTube channel, guys. As you can see, I've got 920 subscribers. My videos are not too bad there. Like, I've got a video with 13,000 views, a video of 11,000, 8,000, 7.2 thousand. But I don't create as much content here as for sure. And I've been kind of unwell for a few months, so I haven't put my foot on the gas too much. There's a big weekend coming up this coming weekend, and I've got some boys in chat who have been helping me out, and you guys don't realize how much it helps my channel, because like I said, I've been kind of unwell, so like doing your summons and stuff helps me a lot on this channel, so I do appreciate that. But I've kind of been doing this as a side thing.
Sounds good.
Nathan, thank you. I'll let it read it out. I won't read it.
Yo, lockdown. Just woke up to this and I'm pretty sad. Thank you for all the memories with this game. Any news for a new TWD game in this channel?
I'm not sure about a new TWD game, but I don't think there'll be anything new coming out. But I might go over the old TW stuff that's still around, like All Stars and No Man's Land, just to check it out and see how it's doing. Because I do have a No Man's Land account that was pretty good when I left the game. Like, I wasn't top level, but it was pretty good. And yeah, I'll check it out. And All Stars as well. My All Stars account was okay, but obviously it's going to be Be pretty done. They're shutting it down completely. They are indeed. Bring up the news again. Did anyone subscribe? 5 new subscribers. Thank you very much, guys. I need to get to 1,000 there to get full membership, like full partnership. This is the information on the game shutting down. Just FYI, if you want to read it. One sec. A bit easier to see now. Some of the donors on that were, wait, dude, I actually went back and watched some highlights from your Conquest release stream the other day. Good times, is cracking up. That stream is easily the best, like, craziest stream of all time. So many good memories from that stream. The amount of people that were on it, how hyped everyone was. Everyone was on the same page. Mr. C. Oh no, what's she gonna do? She might try and say it as a word. She might block it. She blocked it. She was like, this happened to Mr. C before. I'm sorry, bro. You tried too hard, bro. They were like, nah, I'm not saying that. I have to say it, don't I? You know I had to. Thanks all. This happened once before with Mr. C. He tried and he was like, oh, I'm gonna get it. It's gonna be good. And then she just literally didn't say it. Just not enough players anymore, pretty much. But yeah, that stream though, I was nuts. It had so many people and everyone was on the same page because everyone was hyped. They did the beginning of the Conquest, like Mythic era, really well. I think Mythic era was actually really good. But I didn't like how we got characters. I didn't like that you had to get 5 characters. I think if it was shards, it would have been the best era. I think if it was shards, like the S-Class era was, but actual properly shards, like 100 shards gets you the character, 100 shards just makes him a little bit more powerful, and then up to like 5,000 shards, so it just gets more and more and more powerful. Why don't you switch to PC? I'm getting a new graphics card soon. I might. It's just I'm in the gacha game space on this channel. Like, anyone who subscribed to my channel has subscribed to it because they're a gacha game player, because they played a gacha game. The translation isn't always going to happen where they're going to be. I could make a new channel about PC stuff, but it's not always going to draw people in, and kind of limiting myself that way. I don't mind though. I don't mind gacha games when it comes to reviewing them and stuff, and that's what I think I might do. We'll see. She robbed me. Hopefully my me reading it out was half decent. I don't think it was. I don't think it was at all. I recommend the game peeps go over and join the lockdown gang. Yes, if you want to play Watcher of Realms, there's a bunch of creators in that game, but I obviously make some content. New PC again? Thought you got one last year. No, this is the new one. Yeah. I mean, it's still very good. I need to get a new graphics card still. My graphics card I didn't get a new one when I got my new PC. I still got my old graphics card, which was like a slightly upgraded one because the one before that fried. But I've got a 7950X CPU, which has carried my rendering like crazy. It's so good. Are you going to play other games on this channel? Yes. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but I've got some ideas where I might like review gacha games and then just do like 4 or 5 videos on a gacha game, like the first couple of hours stream. Maybe a tier list of the certain, the first characters I test out or something like that. And then maybe like a mini guide of certain aspects of the early game. And then the idea, I'll just be completely transparent. I don't mind being transparent with you guys. How Hades quit Watcher of Realms content. But yeah. Like, what I potentially would do would be I'd reach out to gaming companies. I'll say, hey, look, I've got this channel. I review games. Do you want to pay me some money and I'll review a game? That would be the idea. Because that's where you can make money. Making videos on games, not so much. It's not like too profitable that way. Like I said, guys, if you have any questions that you want to be answered, put them in the comments of this stream. In the comments, not in the live stream. And I will pass on any important ones to Scopely and see if they can get an FAQ video out. I think I've seen a lot of the. I'm gonna see this live chat afterwards. I'm not gonna edit the video, so I'll be able to see it, and I'll check out some of the live stream ones as well. Jump onto HH's own game. It's coming out sometimes next year. You can sign up on the beta. I've signed up for his beta. Yeah. That isn't at Godforge, right? That's the game. I prefer the name of the developer. Fateless is a really nice name. I think that needs polishing really badly though. I checked out some of the early stuff. I mean, this is the thing I'll just say about that game. Sometimes not showing people the early stuff can be good because it can put people off because seeing how like rough around the edges it is. I know when it's finished, it's gonna be really polished, but the early game looks really unpolished, and some people don't like that. So they're gonna have to really polish it really, really nicely. Who you with, Mr. C? Mr. C was with Biohazard, along with Noah. They came third at World Champions, although I don't know if Mr. C was with them when they came third. He posted a video a day or two for Godforge. Well, on his Watcher of Realms video. Oh, okay, on his channel. I know both AFK games are popular in the gacha game, but no idea about others. I don't know a lot about gachas. There's tons of gachas. There's new ones coming out every week. Yeah, there's new ones coming out every week. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a good space to be a content creator, and if I can hit the market properly, it'll be good. If I spend 100,000 in offers, I will revive RTS. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you would. The max that would do would maybe make it they obviously they're not gonna go back on what they said, but like the max that would potentially do would be like 1 month, Shane. Like they want to be making like hundreds of thousands per month. You know. I started to enjoy the game again. Yeah, I completely understand that. I've been, you know, I think most games when you played them for a long time become love-hate, right? I was definitely in my hatred era. I was vibing on the hatred recently. But I definitely understand the love. Really being into like creating teams, and for me it was different because obviously I'm a content creator, so mine was about how I could create content that people would enjoy and it would help people. I'm not going to have that anymore, and that is going to be sad. I haven't had that for a while, honestly, where there's been nothing to really show people. Like, when a new event came out, it was just the same as the last 10 events that came out, so I couldn't really do a guide on it. It would be time-consuming, and no one would really care because they know how the event would work. That's part of the reason why the game's fallen off, though, because of that, like, 2 rinse repeat, but yeah. It's easy to trash the bad parts of the game until it's leaving you and you realise the good parts. Well, what's that saying from The Office? I wish someone would have told us that this was the good old days when we were still in them or something like that. I can't remember it. It's actually kind of sad. You think there's any chance the game could just be put offline but still act as some sort of gallery where you look at... Yeah, I think there's a chance, JD, but to be sure, I would take screenshots and video stuff if you really want to. I'm going to try and archive as much information as I can. Any pertinent information that you think I should archive. Don't worry, I'm going to be doing videos and streams in the coming weeks that you think that you'd want to see in like years to come. Like, for instance, like I said, War of Champions has like history and people like coming in certain positions. What I'll try and do is like just show the War of Champions history, so someone in years to come could refer to that video to see the, you know, the history and just like nostalgia's value. No, just so we're clear, this isn't going to make me any money. If I got 10,000 views on it, I make my like $40, you know. And I'm not going to get 10,000 views. It's just like not going to happen. Keep on surviving. Wait, keep on surviving. The only person to have his own tune. I'll be honest, that was a pretty big part. That was a pretty big moment in the game for me. I'm gonna go lie. There are some massive content creators in other games, guys, that never got a get a character. To get a character is crazy. It nearly happened once before. I'll be transparent on that as well. it nearly happened once before, but the character developer went left as like a month after like agreeing they would make a character for me.
Feels good.
Because a lot of people were saying,
Sounds
make
good.
Lockdown a character. So I jokingly said it to him in a meeting, and he said, yeah.
Keep on surviving. The only person to have his own tune. Respect. Left facing fist. Left facing fist. Left facing fist.
Yeah. Go into airplane mode, and yeah, that's it. Like, turn off Wi-Fi and see what happens when you start off the game. Because that's exactly what's going to happen when the game gets shut down. Just turn off your Wi-Fi and see what happens. Obviously, don't do it until after the stream because you want to chill out in the stream, but yeah. Every mobile... That's gacha games for you. Every mobile game I've played, I've been in a love-hate relationship. I loaded up the game like 2 weeks ago out of curiosity and played like 3 wars. And had no clue what was going on. It was pretty funny. Felt like the end of the S-Class era with all the different kits clashing. Yeah, I think they knew this was coming, obviously. So for the last 3 months, they've been building up to this moment. Like, the last 5 or 6 characters they've released have been crazy. Like, if you go back on my videos, Noah, and check out Herschel, he's a free-to-play monthly character. He's probably the best damage dealer to ever exist, and he's free to play in the event. So the second I saw that character, I was just like, what the hell is going on? Like, what are they doing? Like, this is the best character I've ever seen damage-wise, and he's completely free. He destroys the meta defense right now, and he's 100% free in the event. Unless the event... Is the event for Herschel really hard, like, compared to normal, or is it just exactly the same event? Okay, narrator. Left fist is okay, but not... Yeah, I mean, like, what are those... How do you pronounce that? Can we see your own tune? I know you had one. Sure, 1 second. This is my character. One, 2, 3. We're going for the record. Oh, 13's my highest, I think. 13 or 14. And they did update the monument, like someone said. This is it. I don't think there's going to be any other characters ever released. I think this is going to be it, guys. Wait. There'll be Alpha, maybe. Alpha and Omega. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Yeah, this is my character here. Herschel event is easy. It's the same event, but with 3 weeks instead of 4. That, I mean, there's quite a lot of giveaways. Yvette had her own tune too. I don't know how much she played the game though. There were other people who had their own tunes. There was Pokey, who was a Korean content creator, I think, and there was Matt. Is it Matt Splash or something like that? Or something like that? Matt? I can't remember. I clicked on then saw Herschel's Rush and then in his kit, I think he gives like everyone 200% attack, like in his passives. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think you leaked a character. Did I? Did I leak a character? Who did I leak? Abraham, James, and Danny were also the event's bonus roadmap characters that were free to play. Omega. No, it's a saying. Alpha's the character, and Omega, like, the Alpha and Omega is like the end of days. That's what Alpha and Omega means. So it's like, Alpha's the last character, Alpha and Omega. I think that's what Alpha and Omega means, right? It's the end. That means it's like the apocalypse, the end of days. So it's kind of fitting that Alpha's the last character. The only other character that would make sense if she was the last character would be Priya, because she's just like killed off so many heroes. I don't think you did leak a character, but if you did, now's the time. I don't think I know of any other characters. I think I think from what I understand, they were working on the next season of The Walking Dead Telltale game characters. So there were like a season 4. And I think this Clementine was from season 4 originally. And then they just renamed her. That's my guess. Because I didn't know the full details. Like I said, I will try and talk to Scopely and try and get information off them when it comes to like arts and stuff. They might not give me any. Like, honestly, straight up, they might not even give me the time of day anymore. We'll see what happens. Like, my DMs were not being answered as quickly as usual the last month. But we'll see if my DMs get even answered at all. Hopefully they do. But it'd be nice to just provide some nostalgia hits, and there's not much left to talk about with the game, but yeah. Even though I quit a long time ago, it's still kind of sad to see the game end of cycle, Kian. And welcome to the stream, man. But have been writing on, yeah, has been writing more for a while. God Mythic Lewis, he's the alert character, right? New characters having people buy into it just to pull out. If you ask me, you should have cut in-app purchases a while ago. They don't have to do that. They only have to cut in-app purchases 30 days before the end, and then or 28 days, I think it's like 4 weeks, and then they only have to give you 45 days notice. I think that's literally the rules, and if you look at this, I think that's pretty much it. Like, and it's only the rules set by like Apple and Google. I think they let people buy up until the last day if it wasn't set by them. I have 330,000 Ultra tokens saved. Should I use them? What would you do? I'd wait until the end of the wheel. Like, what are your plans for the game, Bretland? Are you going to War of Champions? If you're not going to War of Champions, then do whatever you want. Like, just pull and see what happens and have fun, and you know, it's your world. I mean, I just pulled my 120k that I had. Didn't get anything like that I needed. No connies. EOS is mostly happening with gacha games. End of service. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to walk. Okay, so what you might want to do is like wait until the end of the Connie wheel and see if they add anything else, because they could add like a special wheel for Ultra and Advanced and stuff. But yeah, I hope they still. No, they're gonna do the game's gonna work as usual until the 29th of this month. While they're doing purchases to the 29th of October, there's gonna be everything as usual. After that, who knows? Between the 29th and the 28th, 29th of October and 28th of November, there could potentially be nothing. Like it could be works on a cycle, so they could set it as a script, and it just happens. But if there's a bug and it doesn't work, they're not gonna fix it. They're not gonna fix it. It's just done. The last 28 days, like let's say like something goes wrong and you can't even log into the game, they're not gonna try and fix it. They're not going to put any man hours into it. It's just going to be cost for no return. They're not going to do anything. I mean, even at this point, I think it's like they're working on a skeleton crew now. I'd be surprised if there's more than like 4 people working on the game at this point. You know, because I know like Link left, and she's obviously the character designer, so she would have left the second all the characters were done and dusted and designed. They don't effectively, air quotes, need her anymore. No, like I said, I'm not going to give any info on Link's future. She can maybe reveal that if she wants to, but she should be alright from what I'm hearing. I know that they have to do that, but it's the fact that they decided not to do that shows their mindset. It's also, they are contractually obliged, because The Walking Dead Road to Survival isn't their IP. They'll have a contract with is it Skybound? Where with Skybound, it's like the contract will be, we have to release 6 characters a month. That's why they always release 6 characters a month. It isn't just because they make money doing that. It's because they probably have a agreement with Skybound where they have to release the 6. Or maybe in their case, it'll be like the max they can release is 6. You know? Anyone play Football Manager? Football Manager just got delayed until the 31st of March. Or something like that. The 28th of March next year. Which is crazy because it normally comes out in October or November, right? So it got delayed until 31st of March, and the day it's got delayed to is the very last day of the fiscal cycle in the UK, which is April to March. So they've delayed it to the very last day they potentially could do, because they're contractually obliged with Sega to release that game in the fiscal year. That's how these games work. Like, there's a lot behind the there's a lot behind the curtain that we just don't know how it works. They're waiting for Liverpool to win the title, obviously. Yeah. Have you decided what you will do with this channel now that this is end of cycle? I've got some ideas. I've definitely got to think on it. For the next 45 days or so, for the rest of this year, I'm going to concentrate on RTS stuff, just because I do want to have like an archive up and stuff like that of just stuff that's going on. The history of RTS as much as I can. Some fun tier lists and maybe a compilations. I wanna be finished with the game fully, like on my content on my channel, at the end of this year. I don't want to be making any content next year, and then I might have like a month or two break. I've really got to focus on my health quite a bit for the next 6 months, and then get back to deciding what I'm going to do on this channel. I have got a second channel. If you want to go and help me out and follow that channel, you can. I need 1,000 subscribers there. That's the channel there. I've got 925 the last I looked. So yeah, life first. Yeah. I've just not been feeling great, so I need to fix that. Football Manager, good idea. That is exactly what I invest my time in after to work. Yeah, I mean, Football Manager's pretty cheap. Like, you can buy an old Football Manager and play it and be fine and happy. You heard much from Moon? Haven't seen him around much. I've talked to him from time to time on Discord, but he's obviously long gone in RTS. I told him to make I'm quitting the game video, but he didn't. I think he's been gone for a while though. I think he's just real lifing it at the moment. He's working a lot, and he'll see this video when he gets back off work. I think he's probably either asleep right now or at work, because he works at weird times, I think. But we might try and get the old crew back together for like a stream, like someone asked, like Tex and Mirren on a stream would be cool. Even if it's just to talk the shit for like 30 minutes or an hour or something. Like, I plan to stream here, guys, for 20 minutes, and I've been streaming for 2 hours, so. It just shows you. It just shows you. But yeah. Did she quit RTS? She quit RTS as a gamer because she got employed by Scopely to make the characters. So the characters you've been seeing for the last 2 years pretty much have been made by Link. If you do that stream, I'll be there, no doubt. Well, I'll look out for you, no, I'll look out for you. I mean, it'll be a stream, so if you miss it, no worries. It'll be available. Yeah, I'll have to talk to them. It'd be nice to just chat and kind of reminisce on some stuff. Maybe have some topics to go over. Yeah. That is amazing promotion. Yeah, from gamer to developer is pretty big. I hope she didn't create Regina. I'll completely be honest, she created every character that you see in the game that is in meta right now. 100%. And the thing is, right, when you're a character developer, she may create the characters, but at the same time, she'll be asked to create a certain power character. I.e., we need a really powerful character that everyone wants to buy. And she has to do that. Like, you can't be shit at your job when your boss comes to you and says, hey, we need that really OP character that everyone wants to buy, because you're going to get found out real quick when you release that character and no one buys it. And you can't be like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they're not buying it. So she has to release that character. The idea would be that she'd also release counters and stuff like that, but I don't think they really cared too much for the counter side of things. But yeah. Found your channel not long ago. Started playing RTS literally last month, and hearing this news has made me sad. Well, just so like you know, the Ghost Pool, the game has been around. This is the 10th year the game has been around. So it is a very, very old game. It is quite dated. From my understanding, like a little peek behind the curtain, guys, what this, like the engine and everything that this game's made on, very few people know how to do it. Like, very few people know how to develop the game. And it was a problem not just for Scopely, but it was also a problem for Ayugo, who Scopely paid to do development. Because they probably found it problematic to even find people to keep this game updated. And part of the reason it shut down could potentially be because Ayugo said we're not doing it anymore. Like, we don't know the full details. Ayugo could have said, nah, we're not updating your game anymore. You're going to have to find someone else. And there literally is going to be nobody else. Because it's such an old game. And then Scopely would have to shut it down. Like, we don't... Because then Ayugo might not be making enough money. They could see it's too painstaking for them. We don't know exactly... It's going to be money somewhere in the list. We just don't know where it is, you know? I guess I'll acquire taste of No Man's Land and another TWD game. Other focus on the console now. I mean, there's some pretty good console games coming out. I hope one of the topics you choose to go over is Tex's choice of mods on some tunes. His guys gave me a chuckle, not hating, of course, Tex. No, yeah, I will say this. The amount of times I saw Tex use a crit chance mod, I was like, bro, come on. Crit chance? Crit chance? We don't need a chance. Is it going over to Unreal Engine? What, you mean RTS? Valiant, that would be actually hilarious. That would be hilarious. The game's shutting down, Valiant. The game is completely shutting down. Gotta do what you gotta do. Tex will never live down the Yumiko guide. That made Tex famous. Infamous. RTS on Unreal. Yeah, exactly. It would actually be crazy good. I don't know if you can even make mobile games on Unreal, though, to be honest. I don't know how that works. Crit chance was okay on, like, Guardians. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But on, like, damage, there's not so much. If you didn't need attack, it was okay for crit chance. Always loved you losing your shit Tex. Like Tex, I can guarantee in the next 45 days, Tex is going to do a compilation of the... What the hell? He was normalized! He was normalized, I swear! Stop playing with me! That's my Tex impression. Stop playing with me! I played since day one and I'm so bummed. It's like saying goodbye to old friends. I mean, you will be saying goodbye to old friends because you probably made some old friends in the game, you know? He had crosshairs! Tex, you've got to do that compilation, bro. Because, like, I know what's happening. You're looking at chat and then you look back and, like, your entire team's dead. I've had it happen to me a couple of times. You just don't know how it happened. That was just raw passion, yeah. And it was genuine rage too. It wasn't like, it wasn't, what's the word? It wasn't like kind of like fictitious rage. Like there were some content creators who did like rage on videos when they preview characters, and it was just like, yeah, okay. Okay. The normalized promo peacekeeper. Yeah, crosshairs. Oh shit. Well, we nearly got to 200 likes, guys. We nearly got there. Thank you very much if you did hit like. Thank you so much to people who did do donations, either if it was just for a little bit of fun or just to say, you know, whatever. You know, thanks for the run. You know, I'd appreciate it. Did we ever get a death slam? I don't think he was a I don't think Tex is a death slammer. But he's definitely like a shakes fists in anger. I heard his mic cut out a couple of times because he shouted so loud that his mic hit the peak and it just cuts out. That happened a couple of times. We gotta have that. We gotta have that compilation. I demand it. 200k in revenue every month is not much when also having to pay for IP. I mean, it probably was more than 200k because they also made money on their web portal, so TWD RTS.com, and you didn't see that. You're talking about Google plus Apple, right? So it probably was more than that, but yeah. But it might not even been about that. That's what we said. Like, it might not have been about the fact that they weren't making as much money. It could have been like Ayugo decided that they weren't going to be doing it anymore, and they didn't have anyone else to develop characters. Like, Ayugo do the process of developing the actual character, like making sure the character actually becomes, goes from concept from a Scopely developer to reality in the game. We don't know what the reason is, and they're probably not going to tell us, honestly, because again, there's probably legalities behind it. It could be a number of reasons, but the main reason, wherever it lands, is there's not enough money being made. And it could be because the game's too old. It's hard to find developers. From Ayugo's perspective, it could be the game's too old. It doesn't have many players. 10 years is a crazy run, guys. In cricket, this would be like scoring a 400. Let alone a century. This would be like 4 centuries. The license could have also expired. I doubt that. Just because we're like at 9.5 years. Although I think the game came out in August. Yeah, it definitely came out in August, so it would have expired. It wouldn't have been and 2 months. I mean, you could be right. But I think they might have said that it expired. That's something they could probably publish, because there's no legality about saying the contract has expired, But I don't. That's potential. There's so many different potentials. I was never able to get Tenacious Clem. They might bring her back. She might come back on some random wheel. Who knows? I was so happy when I was able to buy myself a Clem from the New Frontier. It was cool. Season 4 Clem. Yeah. You think I can get a refund for bandage wraps I bought, since I bought them before I knew anything about the game shutting down? If you bought them off of their website, almost definitely not. If you bought them in-game, Scopely will not refund you. But if you contact Google or Apple, I don't think you've got a good chance, because they will know the game's shutting down, and they'll most likely say no, because they know why you're contacting them. There'll be a lot of people going for refunds right now. So if you're going to do it, you need to get in early and be the first. Otherwise, you're going to be like number 500, and they're going to be like, hold up, what's going on? Hold up a second. I bought them off the webpage. Yeah, you got no chance. Zero chance. I don't know. I'm not really here to talk about how you can get refunds, but you can Google it and try and figure out. If you did it through your bank and stuff like that, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. Is the server's actually shutting down? Yes. I'll read out what it says on the screen again. It says, "Thank you for playing The Walking Dead Road to Survival. We regret to announce that the game will cease its operations on November the 28th. From that date on, no support will be available, and the app will no longer be available in the App Store for download. It does also mean the servers will be turned off at that point, because they're going to just pull the plug. They don't want to spend any money in hosting the servers. However, if it is on your phone still, you'll be able to start up the game, and you'll be able to check out your roster most likely. And you can double check what you can do yourself by turning off your Wi-Fi and then starting up your game and seeing what you can do. Whatever you can do at that point, you can also do when the game shut down, because it's exactly the same scenario. Most likely it's going to be doing everything except playing the game. Like, you can't do a raid, you can't do a friendly duel, you can't do a level up, you can't do anything like that. You can look at your characters. That's it. It will not be possible to make any in-app purchases starting from October 29th, which is World Champions Weekend. During the remaining time until November 28th, you can play the game. Survivors, it's been a great time together. Thank you." Will forever love the block capitals at the bottom of the screen. To be fair, once I I did that, people didn't ask as much about like gold brick characters and stuff like that, to be fair. But yeah. Can you go into what sunset mode means anyway? I don't know if you... Sunset basically is what this is. It's they can't instantly turn off the game because they're not legally allowed to. And it's probably because of Apple and Google. So what they do is they sunset it, and it basically, a sunset takes time, right? The idea of when you're watching a sunset, it doesn't instantly just disappear off the horizon. It slowly disappears off the horizon and then it disappears. And the legalities of a sunset, I assume, just looking at the dates here, is 45 days notice that the game's going to shut down, which is what they've given us, is 45 days until November the 28th, and also 28 days of not being able to buy anything in the game. So 1 full month of one full 4-week period of no spending in the game. They'll turn off any transactions possibilities. They'll do it on their TWD RTS website. They might even just take their TWD RTS website offline. And then that last month, they might have scripts running to have like level up tournaments running and stuff like that. That'll be about the extent you're going to get. There will be no month-long event. There'll be no new characters, most likely from here on out. They might do wheels between now and the 29th of October. It's unlikely. We'll see what happens. That's part of my FAQ. I'm going to try and contact someone from Scopely to get that answered. But generally speaking, not much is going to happen. Everything else that's happened up to the 29th should occur. Warrior Champions Weekend should take place as is planned. They haven't said otherwise. I think they would say otherwise. And yeah, it's pretty much as simple as that. But how did Flappy Bird didn't require servers. It was a single player game. That one you could just play. Maybe there was no leaderboard or something. They posted it exactly 45 days. Yeah, that's the rules. A big game called Simpsons Tapped Out is also shutting down towards the end of the year too. Yeah, my dad plays that. No, I was on the phone to him the other day, and he said, I was talking about like what he's playing at the moment, because I was trying to figure out what I was going to get him for like Christmas, and then I was like, oh, do you still play that Simpsons game? He said, oh, it's shutting down. And he's been playing it for years, like real casually, like 30 minutes a day, just logs in and collects his donuts and stuff. And yeah, it's sad. But if you want to play a game, guys, that you don't want them to shut down, you have to play a single player game. And even then, like, you could buy it on Steam and Steam could shut down, you know? Like, it's hard. Once Human. Is Once Human shutting down, Tex? I haven't actually played it for a couple of weeks. I've been busy. Is Once Human shutting down too? Is it really? No, oh, okay. Yeah, Once Human is quite a good free to play game. I was gonna say, well, what the hell? Because that game seemed to have a lot of players. So that alpha is pointless. I'm going to message someone from Scopely to say, if they are going to run Warrior Champions, they need to make it so that alpha can be played with at Warrior Champions somehow. So like, just going to the region gets you alpha instantly rather than being in the milestones. Otherwise, what will happen is it will be a waste of a character, which is dumb because they had to pay for that character to be produced. So you might as well allow people to use it. Without Wi-Fi or internet, it just stays on the load screen, and I'm assuming it will stay the same. So it doesn't load up your game. Okay. I will probably do a video going over that. You know, what will happen when RTS goes offline, sort of thing. I'll try my best to like inform you guys about everything. My health is most important for me because I have been like a little ill. Like yesterday I was actually not feeling very well at all, so today I've been feeling okay. They won't care, they have already played for it. I mean, this is true. You make a good point. But we'll see what they decide to do. They're not going to give you any more resources, most likely, Shane. They're still going to treat the game as the normal game until the 29th, and then it's just done. Because they want people to spend still for Warrior Champions. You know, at the end of the day, they can still squeeze some money out of it. They will. The programmers are likely already fired. I doubt anyone's fired. they're more likely moved on to other projects. Scopely's a massive company. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. They've got multiple games under the wing at the moment. Like, they've got a Star Trek game that's massive. They used to have a WWE game. I'm not sure if that's still around. They've got other games too. They've got Stumble Guys, which is pretty big. And they've probably got new games coming out in the future. So if there's a new game coming out in the future, what they'll do is they'll just move development teams to that game. You know, that's kind of how that works. Now, obviously, people who are at Scopely could potentially get a new job if they wanted to. You know, they would have been... People who work at Scopely might have been informed like a couple of months ago that this was happening, because they knew about it before the announcement of the last War of Champions, for sure. Because they announced that War of Champions knowing the game was shutting down. Monopoly Go. Wasn't there like a weird one they had? Like, what's that game where like you stack up loads? It's the Chinese game where you stack up plastic things. It's a really cool game. It's like you make a pyramid. I don't actually think they've got that, but it's actually a really cool game. I think they have a Scrabble game as well, actually. Is there Marvel games still going? Oh yeah, they have Marvel Strike Force as well. They bought Marvel Strike Force, I forgot. So yeah. I mean, honestly, I'll be completely honest. Marvel Strike Force, I think the writing's on the wall for that one, because like I knew a couple of content creators who left within 6 months of Scopely taking over because they changed how things worked quite drastically. But yeah, hope you feel better soon, lockdown. I hope so too. I've been going through my doctor and everything. I've been having a lot of hospital appointments. I've had like ultrasounds, everything, and every single thing has come back clear. All my organs are fine, so they don't know what the problem is. I'm just kind of not feeling very well. So hopefully they figure out. I'm quite sad that it's going to shut down because I've just got back to enjoying it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say, like, my Discord's been lighting up a little bit with new joiners saying, hey, what about this weapon? What about that weapon? So there's going to be a lot of like sad people who are kind of like having fun with the game, to be honest. Temple Run. Blame it. Oh, jeez. Blame it. I don't think all that what was it? All that baby oil is going to be a problem here. 177 likes, guys. If you haven't hit the like on the stream, we could hit 200. 23 more people need to hit like, and we'll manage to hit 200 likes on the stream. I know you're not like so enthused about the topic, but I explained how it works before. When I get a video hit like likes, YouTube promotes it more, so more people know that this is actually happening. People who are playing the game will be informed that the game is shutting down, and old people who haven't played the game for a long time will also find out that it's shutting down and just might be interested to know that RTS is shutting down. That's pretty much all likes will do. It doesn't mean you like that the game is shutting down. Don't think about it that way. Imagine if the shutdown shows Scopely how much people enjoy the game and somehow reverse the decision. I mean, I doubt. Big doubts. I think there's more to it than we probably know. I think that I think it was out of Scopely's hands to a certain extent, but obviously the level of the game it got to because of the management of the game for the last 2-3 years is probably why it's got there as well. So yeah, I think the IP they had expired for them. I don't think that's going to be the case, and the reason I say that is because The Walking Dead will try and get as much money as it can on The Walking Dead as an IP because it hasn't got much future. You know, that's one hell of a pipe dream, right? RTS used to be a cash cow. There used to be a lot more players playing it, yeah. I think the biggest issue with RTS was all the resets. If they could have figured out a better way to do things, they had better PvE, you know? Other games that are really big, like Raid Shadow Legends, is 95% PvE. Now, the biggest whales do play PvP, but PvE is the majority of the game. So that keeps people playing the game and wanting to spend. But PvP is where the massive krakens are in that game, because you have to be a whale to play PvP in gacha games. The problem that RTS had was it was 95% a PvP game. So I don't know. Maybe not 95%, but very high percentage, like 75%. You know? 190 likes, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I really want to see Gold Mythic Lewis with the table leg as the attached weapon. Like I said, I will try and contact Scopely, no promises, to see if there are any arts of characters that are unreleased and they'd be willing to let me, you know, have these arts and show them off. I will give them the whole, you know, I have done videos on the game for so long, it would be really cool if I could do this, blah, blah, blah. It could be, you know, I'll try my best. I'll manipulate as much as I can. But, we'll see. It's just whether they have time to commit to give me those screenshots or not. That's the only thing. I think they lost a lot of players, myself included, when they just started throwing every single event item into roadmaps, just 10 roadmaps at a time. It was a bore. I mean, that too, the events got kind of trash. The Mythic trials, they should have just been every 3 months rather than, like, the event style of a Mythic trial was every month, but they just made it a Mythic trial every 3 months. They should have just made the event style every 3 months. So it was like a big event every 3 months or every 4 months. And normal events in between. So yeah, sure, you know you have to grind for the next month, but you know you after the next month you can chill out for 3 months, you know? Most players want PvE, exactly. Come back to All-Stars. The constant outdoing over powerful tunes and exhausting. I mean, I'll check out All-Stars, because I will say this. I made a I quit All-Stars video, right? And the things I said about that game and why I quit it, I doubt will have changed. I doubt they would have listened to what I said, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people were replying to me in that video and saying, yeah, I feel the same way. And that the game was too linear, and I didn't have much ability to express myself within my team based on my decisions on how to upgrade my team. It was all linear progression. Like, there was only one thing that you could do was put an item in their hands, and most of the time only 2 items were very good for someone. So, but anyway, the constant outdoing over powerful tunes and exhausting most games and the artists. I mean, that's part of the reason that I'm saying is, like, it's 75% PvP, so a lot of it is just about power creep and power progression. That's the problem. That's all it was. It was about how powerful your characters were for PvP. And you kind of saw a lot of stuff go out the window. Like, do you remember Hordes, right? When Mythic characters came out, I'll be completely honest, I had a meeting with the devs. I found out Mythic era was going to come about a month or so before it came out. But about a week before it was announced. And they went over it with me. And they basically just outlined everything. And I even said, how this will affect Walker Hordes. And there was silence. They didn't even think about it because they didn't care. And no offense to the developers that were, it just wasn't. It isn't part of the main core of the game was PvE. And that's why Walker Hordes kind of fell off a cliff, because they just didn't redevelop. They didn't continue development on it. I don't think it made them much money. But even though certain groups of players did like it, it being every couple of months would have been a nice break, a nice change, but yeah. New Shane isn't even worth. I mean, he's pretty powerful as an attack character. They just released the new Shane as well, so I think the decision was quick to shut down. Was quick to shut down. I mean, this is just an announcement that they're shutting down. 45 days heads up. It's called a sunset. And then you've got 2 more weeks to spend money, guys. Weren't Walker Hordes old school? They were pretty old. If you're talking about, unless you're talking about 5-star only. They did do a 5-star only Walker Hordes to test it out, but they only did it once. I guess it just didn't make them any money. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, the reason they did level up tournaments is because people did buy level up resources to level up their characters. Not just for tournaments, but just like in general. Raid tournaments, I guess people bought raid cans War, obviously, people bought the characters, so as much as they couldn't see the exact money they're making from War, because I don't think people bought War cans too much. They did obviously go through periods where they made War can drops worse, and I think it only really affected whales, because obviously if you're a Kraken and you're facing other Krakens, you're going to defend. Your attacks are going to get defended more often. Whereas me, I was always like smashing people. I generally had a much better win rate than the biggest spenders in the game in general, because they faced harder players on like a more regular basis. So they had the more like meta defenses, which were much stronger. So they could have run out of cans, and obviously they would have changed the can drop rate at certain points to make it so that people had to buy cans. But most of the time, when it comes to War, it was about new characters. You know, that was the reason why people bought new characters. So that's how they could like kind of translate it. Artist is shutting down. I haven't played to what 2. I think we're in like WOC 9 now. WOC 9 is in 2 weeks. They'll still do that, I think, and then that'll be it. Pretty much. I mean, it'll be a month of just nothing. But at one point, we bought SR cans because they were like rocking horse. Yeah, I remember like SR cans were so hard to come by. I remember I had like 5 and I was like, I'm going to save these for a special occasion. Also, Scopely makes a ton of money on Monopoly Go, so I was hoping that it would keep them afloat. Yeah, but they don't like see it like that. Scopely's not shutting down. They don't see it like, oh, this game makes a lot of money, we can make losses on this other game. They would never see that. All their properties have to make money. As simple as that. They have to make money. Over 1,000 Warcans, yeah, I think I'm pretty much the same. Is there a TWD RTS era that was your favourite? 5-star? Definitely S-Class. S-Class was the best era. Just because the way we got the characters. I don't think it was the best that it could have been. But I much preferred the Shard Collection style. S-Class was a much better way to get characters. I think the character design in Mythic era is the best. The passives... the reason the era lasted for so long is because there was a lot to a character's kit. Whereas back in the day, it was like rush, active, and that's it. And it's like, and specialist skill. So like the power creep was always going to be way too quick. Whereas the design on Mythic characters was amazing, but the way you got them and like tiered them up was terrible. The 5 character collection, it should have just been shards again. It should have been shards, and it would have been much nicer. In terms of progression, it would have kept people around. You would always be progressing to the next character. It always feels good. Like that's why S-Class always felt like a decent era. S-Class or early Mythic. Yeah, but early Mythic was good because you only needed 2 characters. So like it didn't need much to get the best character, right? Like your character maxed out. The second you needed 5, it was just like, yo, what? 5 versions of a character. Remember in the 5-star era when characters had bios to them? Good times. I mean, a lot of that will be on my old streams. I'll show some of that old stuff. There is a video on my channel, guys, and it is called like Lockdown's Ideas, and it's talking about how the game looks. And I will be honest, they stole my video idea there, and they used it in the Mythic era, right? Because I said they should use the character art as the profile picture, which they started doing. But in that video, I think I showed some really old concept images that I found online of RTS, really old ones, and it was very interesting how the visuals looked. Very interesting. I didn't think it was fun because you had a solid chance of being in the team with S-Class. Yeah, and also the characters were just not too crazy, like powerful. Like the damage dealers only had like 1k more attack than defense and HP, so it wasn't like crazy. It was more about their kit rather than their stats. Whereas now you've got attack characters coming out with 55k attack, and it's because they had to scale the attack up like that. But now you need, yeah, exactly. I get what you're saying. List occupations, yeah. They might as well give everyone every tune and weapon if they're shutting it down. No, they're not going to do that. Can I trade in my coins? 8.8 million mythic and 3.7 million gold mythic tokens for cash? No. You can pull them though. That's about it. I got Princess off the gold mythic wheel in the first week, so I was gassed. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, even getting one copy back then was big. It actually made a difference. It made a big difference. I remember Moon got grade 5. Oh, Tex has probably left, but I remember Tex selling like 2 copies of Princess when we were LB1 or something. I was just like, bruh, you know the LB2 and LB3 must be coming. I think by the time LB3 came around, Princess wasn't that good, but that was funny. Had I ideas for characters any good times? Yeah. I remember I got who did I get? I got Mercer, the green one, from my resets, I think, on the market, and he was pretty cool. Should I put my gold mythic tokens? I mean, you can, but they might do a gold rush. It's unclear. It's unclear. Do you think they rushed the mythic era? The mythic era has been the longest era. Mythic era definitely hasn't been rushed. If anything, they've managed to draw it out very, very well, considering. It has had like mini eras within the mythic era though. Like they had the stats boosts on certain characters. They had the balance change and stuff like that. I think they stats boost twice as well, honestly. Yeah. So it's kind of like mini eras within an era. We never got diamond mythics. What would happen if we all pulled all our shit at the same time? Would it cause the game to go screwy? I don't know. Can you flex your first edition characters? I mean, I can. I think I had everyone except the first one. What was her name? Laurie? Was it Laurie or I think it was Laurie. Where do I this work? No. I don't know how to do it. I don't think you can search for first editions. But I can check them out. We have Mythic Trial First Edition. Oh, actually, it might be 1 ST. Let me check that. Oh, what about edition? Does not like us. Then I had Morgan. I think Morgan was the hardest one for me to get. They brought him back anyway. I don't know if they brought back the first edition, but I got Morgan. I can't remember what you needed for Morgan that was special. I think I needed to get like a... I can't remember. It might have been like a Rosita or something that I needed to get. I can't exactly remember. Maybe it was a Rosita. He was probably the hardest. And then after that, I think they made him a bit more straightforward to get. Oh, I can see the icon. Okay, and we've got first edition William. First edition Brutus. I think that was it, right? I don't think there was any other first editions. Titan. Sorry. Now Titan was really easy to get a first edition of, but he was hard to get to LB3, and I think I had him at grade, yeah, like not LB3, and that 400% damage boost was so important. He just didn't hit very hard at all. But he was really cool, honestly. He is one of my favorite characters, without a doubt. And he was so anticipated by the community, especially on my stream, because we saw him in a roadmap, and we were talking about Titan like non-stop, right? And I'll tell you this, the developer who was designing characters, he was originally going to come out in the end of the S-Class era, but he scrapped him for the S-Class era, he told me. And he said the reason he did that was because it was going to be coming out right at the end, and it wasn't going to be a character that was going to be useful for very long. And he said it was too cool a character to have that happen to. So he pushed him to the Mythic era and made him come out in the Mythic era. And I think that was a good decision. Yeah. I can show you some characters that I helped design if you want. It was only a couple, a lot, like some of the free-to-play characters. I gave my input on a lot of characters because I was in meetings with the character designers. But I basically said, yeah, that works, that sounds good, and I was like, I'm not sure if that's going to work as you intend it to, you know, because like when you're a character designer, they're working on like 12 characters at once, so it can be crazy. But I fully designed this character, this Ivanova, and the idea I had with this character was that it was gonna work with Arav, where she did the defense to align with the rush, and then Arav followed up, and then the focus turned to stuff like that, and she was a League's character, and then I think they pretty much took that design and made Erin, same sort of design, focus. But yeah, Mike as well. I had a bit of heavy input on Mike. Mike actually got changed massively, like near the end, and that's why his weapon. It's actually kind of interesting. In fact, I can speak about this a bit more now. If we go back to the Mike, he originally was way different. Like he was a burn character, but we actually just had some characters come out which were like anti-burn or something like that. I can't remember exactly how his kit worked. And then I said, like, I don't think it's going to work. You know, I think his kit's not going to work very well. But there were some aspects on it that were really cool. Because, like, he had, I think he still had, the whenever an enemy dies, one other enemy gets infection for 2 turns. He either had that or it was burn. And he just changed him to an infection character and made him a bodyguard, because I said attack team bodyguards are actually really good, and he was really good for an attack team, and he worked on defense too. But that's why his weapon was all kinds of weird, because it didn't make any sense they had this weapon because he was designed completely differently before. You should run the game. Nah, I wouldn't want to do that. It's a lot of work. There's so much work that goes into character design. It's crazy. That's why they talk to people in the community and just got input from people, myself included, just to get some feedback. Like, how do you think this character sounds? You know, how do you think it feels? Like, would this character work for this particular element? You know, blah, 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 blah. Would be good because he was so good. Awkward Mike. Awkward Mike. Do you play any other games like Road to Survival? I play one other game right now called Watcher of Realms. I can show you it one sec. This is what the other game I'm playing right now. You're not getting the full screen view, but this is the other game. Actually, I can give you full screen ones. There you go. So this is the other game I'm playing right now. It's a character collector. Characters look kind of cool. I've got some really rare characters, like she's extremely rare. One of the rarest characters in the game. And it's kind of fun. I enjoy the game. But it's like tower defense. It's kind of hard to explain. But I think the best thing I can do is like go into a stage quickly and just show you. So you put your characters on like things like this, you know, and it's about strategy on timing when they're ultimates and the enemies come along and the enemies got to get in the portal, and that's how it works. There is PvP in the game, but it's a little strange. So that's that game. And the other game I'm playing right now is Tacticus, which I'll start up on the other thing. So this is tower defense kind of. Yeah. This is the other game I'm playing right now. It's what do you want to call it? Like diagonal, not diagonal, vertical visual. And this is Warhammer 40k. You collect characters. You know, you might have your favorite characters. Like they just did an event because of what's the game called? Space Marine 2 coming out, and Titus from Space Marine 2 they put into this game. And then basically you run stages like, and you farm gear. So for instance, right now I'm farming gear for a particular character. This guy. No, actually I just did him. I don't know who I'm farming for, to be honest. I'll just farm anything. Farm for her. She's a legendary character I pull, pretty good. And then you click on the gear and you go and farm at a stage. And it's manual, it's not automatic. And you have to decide what you're going to do, where you're going to move the characters, so on and so forth. Now, this is a very early stage that I'm re-farming, so it's not hard at all. You know, it's not hard at all. But like, the more recent stages are extremely difficult. And then you just got to basically move up and take out all the enemies. And you can see at the top right-hand corner, if I do it in a certain amount of turns, I get like a lightning victory where I get like double rewards for currency drop, which is actually a really cool idea. I've not seen games do that before, so I was like, yeah, that's nice. I can't seem to move. And then that's the other game I'm playing right now. So yeah, if you're into Warhammer 40k, this could be interesting for you. And then there's PvP in this as well, but the PvP is direct PvP, like you're attacking someone else's team. There is also live PvP, but it doesn't happen super often. Like there was one that just happened, that just ended. There's an event going on right now, Path of Ascension right now, as you can see. This game's alright. There's loads of gacha games out there, guys, so you're gonna be able to find another game. I know it's not maybe what you want to hear, but no auto. There is auto in that, like, you can go onto a stage like this. Like if I've completed a stage 3 star, I can just click this raid, and it instantly gives me the rewards, or the chance of the rewards. There we go. I got the rewards because it's got a drop chance. But you only have a certain amount of raids per day that you can do. So for instance, not raids per day. Like my total raids are 141, as you can see up the top. Like these raid tickets. And when it's a really early stage, you can be in like 5 seconds. And like some of the battle pass missions and stuff are to do with doing certain things like deal damage with abilities. I've already done that, but that's the kind of thing it could potentially be. And then the battle pass missions deal 50,000 damage using abilities, and I have 5 days to do that, but I've almost done it. So. Like I said, there's plenty of games. It's just like, think of things you like, you know, what are IPs you like, and search Google Play for that IP. You know, that's the best way of doing it. That's the best way of doing it. Let me go back to RTS. So, for instance, let's say you're a big Dragon Ball Z fan. There might be a Dragon Ball Z gacha game out there for you if you want to play that. Just received a Monopoly Go ad on your video. Because everyone's talking about it. There was a Lord of the Rings gacha game. I think it shut down already, though. That one lasted less than a year. There was 100% a Lord of the Rings gacha game. You can go check it out. It lasted less than a year. We have over 200 likes on the stream now, guys. Thank you very much. I've been listening to your dulcet tones for... did I pronounce that right? Dulcet. We'll miss your great videos, mate. I mean, I'll still be making content. And that's probably not on what you want to watch, though. But I'll still be around, so you can check me out. I'm playing a mobile game called Dead Ahead. Zombie Warfare. It's pretty fun. Is it more single player? No. Thank you, Lockdown. Thank you. I got a lot of information about this game and tips. I came out recently in the game, and it's sad that the game is going to be shut down. Yeah, it's sad. Where's that flag from? Never seen that flag before. Where are you from, Killshot? I don't recognize your flag. I guess it's time to finally try Roblox with my nephew now that RTS is gone. Suddenly become a Roblox like fan. Could be fun, to be honest. Pace around, you play with his league mode. Cool. That's cool. Reunion Island. Whereabouts is that from in the world? South America? Caribbean? Is it Asia? I think it's probably one of those three, right? Or maybe Africa. For a second, I thought it was Killshot from 99 Gaming. OG RTS players, remember that guy? No, it's not that guy. I'll be honest, my only interaction with that guy was I was live streaming once. He came onto my live stream and he said, "Alright guys," and I had like 40 viewers. It was pretty good for like one of my early streams. He said, "Alright guys, I'm about to stream in 20 minutes. I was like, who does that? Who goes onto someone else's stream and advertises you're streaming in 20 minutes? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest, piece of shit guy. Like, I didn't even know the dude, and he came on my stream and did that. Piece of shit. I don't care. That is the biggest like lame-o thing to do ever. It's between Madagascar and Mauritius. Fun fact, it is from this YouTuber. Oh, okay, interesting. Definitely bold, yeah. Scumbag. I banned him on my channel after that. Perma-ban. Early days, but I banned one of the biggest names in YouTube. Get out of my chat. But yeah. He wasn't very good, but had deep pockets. I mean, at the end of the day, I think you kind of had to have reasonably deep pockets to be good at the game. Or be in a faction with people with deep pockets to get lots of rewards. Who did that? 999 Gaming, I think his name was. He was a whale, yeah. Although he could have been a cheater. Like, there were content creators that cheated and got, like, stuff happened there. Like I said, I might do an AMA video, and I will just, like, I'm gonna burn it down, guys. Any questions that you ask, I will answer, but you can ask it. You have to just accept that what I say is like as truthful as I'm gonna be. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just yeah. Because some people just won't believe what I say, because a lot of people, especially when I know the truth, I've seen people narrate some stuff that I've been doing in RTS. Like, I've been messaged by people, oh, there's people just talking crap about you on line chat, and they just show me line logs, and I read what they're writing, and it's just like, what are they talking about? Like, they're just talking about me, like what? Are you sad the game? I mean, it definitely is the end of the era. Really, like, crazy memories. But I think a lot of people will kind of realize that the game was not in a great spot, and the writing was definitely on the wall for me. I thought that it wouldn't last until 2026. It is a bit early for me. I'm surprised it's this early. Did you know JMac? He was the only free-to-play popular YouTuber. Was he the one who did the Crazy Train intro? I can't remember. There was a couple of people back then. So Will you still be able to look at your tunes, or is the game going to be unplayable? It's going to be unplayable, probably. Someone tested it out, but I'll try and ask Scopely, and I'll try and do tests out myself. But if you turn off your Wi-Fi and try and load up the game, that's probably what's going to happen. And someone said that they couldn't load the game, so that's most likely what's going to happen. The main source of RTS, you and Mama Deadhead were the two people who got me into the game. Well, I mean, I'm happy, I'm sad at the same time, you know? I'm happy and sad. I prefer you and Texas creators. Me, Tex, and Moon was probably the best era of content creators for me personally, just because we all got along, you know? We all got along. Whereas in other eras, there was some content creators like just had beef with me for no reason. Just no reason. Like, I didn't do any, I never talked to them and they just had beef. Or their communities, like there were entire discords dedicated to me just talking shit. It was just like, it was so weird. It's really like I've never really fully kind of, I don't know what the word is, but if I watch my live views on a video, I could see me getting like 50 views in a minute, or like whatever. Like if it was popping off, if the video was popping off crazy, it could be like there was a video that I had that got 25,000 views. I was getting 800 views an hour, right? And I was getting 800 views an hour for like 12 hours straight, and it was The Walking Dead, the PC game that came out. I did like I just recorded I just completely stole someone else's content basically, but not someone else's content. Like the game show where it was announced, I recorded it and put on my channel, and I got 25k views. But like it was so hard to like in my head understand that there was 800 people in that hour, not 800 views a minute, sorry, 800 views an hour, but there was 800 people in that hour clicked on my video and watched it. It was so hard to like understand that they were doing that. I've never been able to get my head around it. Like right now, if I look at my channel, right, 1 second, go to my channel right now. In the last 60 minutes, I've got 750 views. In the last 60 minutes. So it's like, it's really hard to like wrap my head around the 700 people that tuned into my content. Now I know why they've tuned in for this particular one, because obviously the game's shutting down, so a lot of people would just click on it like, oh my god, I can't believe it. But then it's just like, there's some of them, like, I make a guide for a character, and like my angel guide popped off and got like 20k views. It's just like, my brain still hasn't really computed that very well. Chantel Hawk. Yeah, I remember Chantel Hawk. I actually spoke to her reasonably recently. She popped into a stream and I just like said hello and stuff. Did you know they were going to shut down before they announced it? Not crazy amount of time beforehand. But I knew there was a big announcement today, and I wasn't sure if it was the announcement. But yeah. Because it was just like a courtesy. Like the community manager generally gave me like a courtesy, like, hey, there's maybe an event dropping later on, there's this happening. You know, there was a video content creator program chat, and because I made content live and stuff. But yeah, I just bought Shane for nothing. Well, I mean, if you're going to War of Champions, you can still use him there, but after War of Champions, it is indeed just, it is over. I wish we could have access to the art assets, because that was always my favorite part of the game. Once the game shut down, guys, I have got a lot of the art assets. I'll just put them somewhere if you guys want to grab them. That'll be it, basically. Hey, cool troller. It'll make a noise on my stream in a second. I'll let it read it out, because
Feels good. Sounds good.
Thank you very much for the dono, though, the super chat.
I got out of the game around when Mythics started coming out, but played since the 5-star were the top tier tunes. Had to come pay my respects.
I actually kind of laughed when she said that. I got out of the game. Like, these streets, man. I got out of the game. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate it. And I appreciate you tuning in. There will be some more content reminiscing for hopefully the next few weeks. Going over some stuff, my opinions, and maybe some flashbacks. You don't have to check it at the time. You can check it in years to come if you want to come back and be like, oh. But yeah. I played this game 9 years. I don't stop the game, please. It sucks, Frankie. I'm really sorry, but yeah. I wish we could have. Sorry, I read that. But yeah, I'll try Christopher. We'll see what I can do. 3 Andrews, Green, come on, Jesus, and the first Green Leash Shield. A video of these OG defenses would be fun. It's really hard to do that. I've got video stuff on my. I've maybe at the end of the 5-star era, because like when I started streaming was just as the 6-star era came out, because I had Shiva and I upgraded her stun weapon, so I might have like Shiva in the team as a 6-star, but there's still a lot of 5-stars in there. I remember Revive Jesus being in the teams and stuff like that. It was brutal. It's about personality. You come off as a genuine. That's why you have a view base. People like the British accent as well. I know that because people have hit me up in my DMs quite a lot. I love your accent. And then some people have been like, oh, I hate Lockdown's voice. It's like, okay. Can't please them all, I guess, but I played this game for 9 years. This is heartbreaking. Yeah. I'm gonna head off. Stuff to kick care of. Hopefully catch you in a few more streams. Thank you very much for tuning in, Noah, and thank you for the whoa. Like, it was actually, that's pretty fitting. It's Halloween. She gave me the old whoa. But yeah, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, and it's really good to see you again, bro. And take care. And I hope to see you, like you say, in future stuff. War of Champions is only just a final hurrah. However you spell it, it's still pretty meaningless. I mean, it's pretty meaningless regardless, right? It's only as meaningful as you want it to be. If you want it to be meaningful, it's meaningful. If it's meaningless, then it's meaningless. There'll be some people who just want to win the last War of Champions. Trust me, the biggest whales, the 2 biggest whale factions, if they do stick around, it will be brutal. They will 100%. And I'm talking like they'll be breaking rules left, right, and center. They'll be like, this will be next level. There'll be packs. They'll be like, when we fight you, like, don't attack us and stuff like this. Like, it's gonna be like 100%. This is gonna be like proper apocalypse style, because this is it. Like, it's gonna be like that. I think he's joking. This thing on the screen isn't by me. This is by Scopely. You can check on the official Discord if you don't believe me, though. No worries, Ivan. Thanks for dropping in, man. I'll try to enjoy the last few weeks, but it just feels bittersweet playing now since you know it's going to be shutting down. True. I 100% agree. And I have good intentions. I want to do this content on RTS to just like wrap it up. I'm not sure if I've got the heart to do it. I'll try my best. But I want to wrap it up and just be done with it as well. Like, I need it to be over to a certain extent as well. I don't want it to feel unfinished for me. From a content creator's perspective, you know. I wish I had a British accent, but I'm American. You know, if you want to be appreciated for your accent, leave your country. I know that sounds crazy. If you come to the UK, suddenly American accent's amazing. If I come to America, suddenly my British accent's amazing. In England, no one cares about my British accent, really. Although, I'll be honest, some people like my tone of voice, but my accent doesn't mean much in the UK. That much. Maybe like the tone of my voice could mean something, but the accent means everything if you're not in your own country. You trolling, right? No, the game is done. You can check on the official Discord if you're not sure, though. Scopely's final reset. People's lives. Please make that a comment on the video, not just in the live stream. That is so good. That is gold. That is gold. I would actually pin that comment in the comments if you put it in there. It's so good. Scopely's final reset, people's lives. That is peak. I love it. I love it. The good part of WOC was the rewards, but the rewards aren't meaningful when 1 month after the game is deleted. I mean, yeah, sure enough. Sure enough. I mean, for your average player, yeah. But they're still bragging rights for coming first for the top couple of factions. I just hope they give everyone alpha before it all pops off, you know? I hope so. I sound like Darren Bent. I don't know where Darren Bent's from. Where was he born? I think he was born in Crystal Palace, right? Because he played for Crystal Palace. He was born in Tooting in Greater London to a family of Jamaican descent and grew up in Thornton Heath. Where's Thornton Heath? Never heard of this place. Have a little look on the map. He grew up in Thornton Heath. That's South London. He don't sound nothing like me, mate. No, north, east, and south, south and west London sound quite different. Oh, that's a random video. Instant regret. Funny fails compilation. They never did the TWD RTS Eurovision crossover I wanted. You were right about the cheating. Oh, you mean at Warrior Champions? Yeah, for sure. I always remember that one giveaway I won on your channel. Good times. I'm still thinking about doing one last giveaway for characters, for people who want to go to Warrior Champions to get themselves a character. Vault Tech, can I be in Vault 111? Don't all the vaults in... Like, I watched the series of Fallout, right? Is it Fallout? The TV show. And I learned that, like, every vault has lore behind it. And like they did a different, well, I'm not gonna get, but like every vault had something occur in it that was very different to every other vault. Go and watch that TV show, really good. And I started learning about stuff like that. It was kind of interesting. Imagine they just don't give WOC alpha. I mean, that's the thing, right? Effectively, they won't be if you don't get it beforehand. Levels and purple trainers, I mean, why go as fuck? I mean, I agree. It's very little they can do right now. That's like, thanks for the memories, sort of is the deal. Just dropped £75 on this game on Saturday, and now this. I don't know what the rules are. If you live in the UK, you might be able to get away with contacting your bank, but like I said, I'm not really promoting this kind of stuff. You gotta look into it yourself. Was the War Stash and giving everyone S-Class part of the lead up to the game ending? Probably. There's like 5 stars in there and everything. But yeah. I thought for sure they'd keep things going, if even just for fumes, until they hit 10 years, which would have been an insane milestone. I mean, this is the 10th year still. I get what you're saying. They have hit the 10th year. But we don't know the exact details of why it's happened. But at some point in the chain, the thing that is the most important part is probably it's going to be someone somewhere isn't making enough money. We don't know who. It could be Ayugo, it could be Scopely, it could be Skybound. We don't know. But it's most likely just not making enough money from how small the game is right now. It's most likely not Skybound, but people are saying that it potentially could be a contract ending. I don't think that's the case, but there is definitely a chance. But I think that would be announced if it was the case, and it'd be kind of weird that it was like 9 years and 3 months or whatever it is. So it's kind of a weird amount of time. Vault Tech, trust, all the vaults are safe. This is false propaganda. I like that. I always remember that. Yeah. Who did you pick, Michael? Or what did you get out of it? Because you might have won tokens. Did Scopely reach out to you? I mean, they've reached out to me a bunch of times, yeah. Nah, it will be gone. It's Scopely. Some of my buddies thought War Stash was to help complete museum because we were getting new museum challenges. I mean, yeah, most likely that too. I would miss the gameplay like raids and war for sure, but I wouldn't be as sad as I am right now if I could still open the game and at least look at the tunes we collected and grinded for. That's what I'm saying. What you can do is you can record a video and go over your roster and just upload it to YouTube, and you can check it at any time, you know? And you can even make chapters on videos by doing, in the description, you just do the time. So you do like 0.04 and you just say the name of the character. If you wanted to go into really big detail, and that way you could just click the character name and you could just go over the details. And you could do that through your roster, and you could do that through the, like, really depends on how much you really want to look at it, but yeah. I'm really pissed. I'm more pissed they never updated the 4-star weapon tokens that I've been saying for 47 years. True. Holy shit, true. 1 second. Holy moly. I've been waiting for that to be updated for so long. I mean, I even spent like 40k. I had way more than this. They haven't been giving out the 4-star tokens for ages. But, so true. I'm surprised they didn't like do an armory update as well, you know? Or like, honestly, I'm surprised they didn't do like, I memed about it on my streams. I'm surprised they didn't do new mods. Like, we joked about like Obsidian mod and Emerald mod and Sapphire mod and stuff like this. I'm surprised they didn't do that because they could have easily increased the percentages, you know? Why does 27% have to be the highest? They could have just made new mods that go higher. They easily could have done this. Like, I'm not saying like I would want that to happen, but I'm just saying from like like if we want to make money, like if I was a gacha game and I wanted to just make as much money as possible, that would be an easy way to do it. I don't know. I don't know. There won't be another. I mean, like, nostalgia hits way different, you know? There's a couple of things that I was thinking in life. If you've got passion, your thoughts on a topic are always going to be a certain way. The amount of time you're willing to put into something is going to be way higher. If you've got nostalgia about something, your memories are going to be like, it's called rose-tinted glasses, right? You're going to have rose-tinted glasses about something. Now, you might have bad memories about RTS or certain aspects of RTS. Those will disappear in time. In like 6 months, a year, all those bad things will just dissipate, and all you'll remember is the good times, generally speaking, because that's how it works. That's how humans work. Your brain wants you to forget the bad times as much as possible. This is why when someone says they've got trauma, it's because they can't forget the bad time. It was so terrible. I don't think playing a gacha game has been that traumatic, realistically. Can be a little annoying buying Shira, Shane, and every promo tune the last 2 weeks ready for work and the future. I mean, I agree. And you might want to like go down avenues for that and see, you know, what's what, but just have to look forward to the money. Yeah, if you're a whale, as much as you're like, damn, all the money I've spent is wasted, you're going to have a lot of free money soon. Just spend it wisely. Right? Just spend it wisely. For instance, there is a donation tab at the bottom of the chat, which a lot of people have been hitting up already. And maybe not so wise, but I appreciate anyone who did that. And they say they would update 5-star tokens. Did they? Oh my god, didn't they say they were going to remove some stuff? They said they were going to remove prestige. They were going to remove 4-star weapon, 4-star character. Like, they didn't do any of that stuff. That was like 2.5 years ago. Oh man. With a bit of luck, new dev might creep in and they buy. I doubt it. The game's just so old. If it was on a new platform, maybe. You've got more chance of them making a new game. It won't be like Road to Survival 2, but like making a new game. That's like a Walking Dead game. RTS closing now. I can spend my money responsibly. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, guys. I think for a lot of people, there's going to be a massive void. You're going to have a massive void of like what you do. It's going to be like, I know it's going to sound really over dramatic. Like, is it melodramatic? I think it's called melodramatic, where it's just like ridiculously dramatic. But it's going to be like you've lost like a best friend. You're going to feel like you've lost something. You know, you might even go through like the stages of grief. That, you know, like I've had people come in my chat already with denial. That's pretty early on in the stages of grief, right? Update. No, I think it was remove prestige, and update for maybe, I don't know. I can't remember. It sounds, yeah. I think it sounds dramatic, but like you're gonna find yourself like waking up on the 29th. Well, probably earlier, honestly, but let's say the 29th of November, but most likely like the 30th of October. Well, the 29th of November is like you cannot even log into the game, so you're just gonna be like, yeah. So the game will be off even if we already have it downloaded sometime. Like, you can have it downloaded, you probably won't be able to like load up the game. The only way that I'm not trying to give you guys like hope here. The only way possible is if somebody somehow loaded up the server themselves and ran the server and then made it so that people connected to that server through their game. There were some people who did this with PC games, but I think it's just much easier to do with PC games. Yeah, Basham. WTF indeed. WTF indeed. I can start a foster care program now that I no longer have to do survival road tournaments. There's definitely a massive void when you grind daily on something to get further. It was almost like breathing. Just my thoughts. No, yeah, I agree. I think if you want to replace this game, guys, the healthiest way to replace this game is with an IRL hobby, or if you want to replace it with a game, try and replace it with a single player game. I know that sounds crazy, but if you try and replace it with another gacha game, you're going to be setting yourself up for exactly what's just happened here. Because like gacha, this is going to happen with all gacha games. Or go to Watcher of Realms, my other channel. Yeah. Link in the description, or link in the chat, guys. Get me to 1,000 subscribers. I'm only at 900 and something. Let's see what I'm at. Let me just check. 939! Oh my god. I need 1,000 to get partnered on that channel. What was everyone's first 5-star? Mine was Alert Andrea. Let me show you mine. Probably do a video like my story. Like, this is what I'm going to do. How about this? I'll make a video saying my story of RTS. And I'll explain my entire story of RTS. And I'll invite everybody to tell their story of RTS in their comments. And this is something that they can look back on when they're old and grey and they can't remember the stuff. Oh, I'm getting absolutely raided right now. Absolutely destroyed. This same guy just raided me how many times? So many times. I might. Oh no, wait. I might be on the wrong region. No, I'm on the right region. Clementine was a 5-star. Yeah, that was my first 5-star. Numero uno, and then number 2. Oh, please don't tell me I got rid of him. Oh, I think I got rid of him. I think I used him to tier up. Damn. He'll be a 6-star though. I don't think I would have sold the 6-star. Because he became a... That was my second one. And the way it worked was they had a crate. And you could get 4 characters. Kenny was one, Ben was one. I can't remember the other ones because there were 4 stars. And 2 or 4 stars, 2 or 5 stars, and I got Kenny. And I was so hyped because it was one that I actually liked, you know, as the character in the game. Ben was the best character there though, but Kenny was awesome for road maps because he gave crit to everybody. And leader skills was the only thing. You didn't have weapons like you do today. So I'll make that video in the future as well. I'm taking some notes down on like stuff to do in the next few weeks. Lockdown RTS origin story, yeah. I'll probably do that nearer the end of the era, you know, when once it's closed, you know, close to closing down, rather than like early. You'll lose friends in factions who've chatted for almost 10 years. Set up Discord channels so you can still talk to them. I know people in my first faction who moved from England to Canada and got married. That's actually sick. Why don't they just sell it to another company? Probably no one wants to buy it, honestly, because it hasn't got a massive player base. It is on an engine that is so old that it probably is very hard to find people who know how to do anything with it. You know? This is the issue you've got. I'm thinking that I may just use this to make more time for myself and my priorities. A new game just feels like too much right now. It feels peaceful, honestly, to not have the burden. Exactly. I think the way you, bro, Shane, you could Google this. The stages of grief. You're like acceptance right now, bro. I'm just saying. Like you're kind of like, oh, maybe some free time would be good for me. But he's proper accepting, and maybe some free, you know, money would be good. Ah, shit. Alert Rook was my first 5-star. There's a few. Go out and replace the game with a girlfriend. I'm gonna dust mine off. Been about 10 years. Jesus. Green Glen, the one who eventually got made ascendable. Okay. I think the first 2 years of this game we had 999 gaming and just a box. It was just a box game for YouTube channels, yeah. And the guy who got me into YouTube, like, I'm gonna tell this whole story in a proper video, and I'm gonna try and do it really well, and it will be short. It won't be like 20 minutes long. It'll be as short as possible. Like, the guy who got me into YouTube was called, oh man, he was like, the reason I started making RTS videos, he was called, oh man, it's so long ago now. I can't remember what his name was. Damn. He used to dress up in Freddy Krueger. Oh no, here's Freddy. Was it Freddy? Here's Freddy. And he used to dress up as Freddy Krueger and do YouTube videos for RTS. And the reason I got into it is I watched his content, and he was a whale. Don't get me wrong, he was a kraken. But I watched his videos and I was just like, man, like, he made it look really easy. And for the first 6 months, I did it really, 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 like, low-key. And then I built it up. The first 6 months, the other YouTubers did not have a problem with me. Let's just put it that way. And then after that, I built it up a bit. And as I started getting bigger, a couple of the other YouTubers seemed to have a little bit of a problem with me. Freddy's ready. That's the one. Freddy's ready. And I messaged him when he was like, he made his goodbye YouTube video, like saying he's not playing the game anymore. I told him that the reason I got into RTS content creation was because of him, because like I saw his content and I was like, oh, well, that's sick. Like, he did a pool video and he hated, I think he did a rap video on hating somebody, Doug. And I just saw a video of him, like, he won a level up tournament, and he made a video of it and stuff, and it was just like, oh damn, I could do this too. Obviously, I was nowhere near, like, I didn't produce content very often then. It was like, I was doing like 3 videos a month. And it was like, that's when I started my end of month pools, because that's all I could do as a free-to-play. And then I lost my job, and I got like a year's salary. And I was like, I could just try and go for this. I could just go for YouTube and just, should I try? And I think I made a Twitter post, and I was like, I'm going all in. It was like a real lame post, but it's like a date that I remember that I was gonna go for it. And I went from making my first $75 on YouTube, right? And then like 3 months later, I made $75. And then 2 months later, I made $75 because the max they can pay you is the minimum they pay you is like $100, and then you only get a percentage of that. And then for the next 5 months in a row, I got this minimum $75. Then I had 1 month with nothing, and then I got paid every month from then on. So like I always hit the minimum, and then it just started getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I remember his videos dressed up like Freddy Krueger. Yeah, he also dressed up as Deadpool and Wolverine, I think, at random points. Would be cool if somehow got reconnected with him. I mean, I'm not really sure. We didn't really know each other, Shane. I'm not going to be like, I knew him. I watched his content, you know. I gave him a shout on his video just to say, you know, that I'll give him a shout in a video for sure. You know, but I didn't know him, you know. So it'd be like unfair to me I'm not pretending I did, you know. I'm a very silent viewer as well. I don't comment too often on people's content I watch, which is not good. I like videos though. I always hit the like button because I know how much likes are important. That's right. Did you do the cider testing video already? I didn't, you know. Is that going to be the first video of the new era? It could be. It could be the first video of the new era come January. I expect 500,000 views. Look at the Destiny Rising. Bro, if it's Destiny, like the game you play, you should be straight in on that, bro. Easy content. You're passionate about it, you like it, you know about it. I have no idea about Destiny. I'm not like amazingly passionate about it. That's got text written all over it, bro. What a glorious start it would be, right? Absolutely glorious. We all talked about this happening. Yeah. It's been a point of conversation on my stream a couple of times. It is actually happening. Yep. It is indeed. It is. Destiny, like computer game. Yeah, it sounds like there's a mobile version of, or a mobile game of that coming out. Is it like a character collector text, kind of like Marvel Strike Force, or is it like actually like first person or whatever? I'm glad I spent less than $300 on this game. I spent a little bit more than $300. They announced it 2 minutes ago. They're like, hold up, RTS is closing down. Let's quickly announce it, boys. Quick. I've spent about 5k on this game. I think I spent close to 4 or 5k on this game. But I have played it for a very long time. So like it's spread out over a long time. And the majority of my spending came on early on in the game. Once I became a content creator, I spent a lot less just because I didn't make anywhere near as much money. Anywhere near as much. I spent like $30. Generally speaking, like some of the battle passes at some points were worth to pick up. But yeah. Naruto isn't Dragon Ball, right? They're different. You could play Clash of Clans. The game is ancient too. I'm only going to get into a game if I'm really passionate about the actual game itself. Like, I got into Watcher of Realms not really being passionate about it, but I do like the game. But I have to really want to play the game. To put the kind of time in that I put into RTS, 3,000 videos nearly, probably closer to 2,750 because probably at least like 60 or 70 of my videos aren't RTS. I actually watched some of my No Man's Land videos recently, and for some reason they popped off. Like some of them got like 5-10k views. I don't know why. Will you still make Walking Dead content like in general? I'm going to look at the other Walking Dead games because I know some people are really into Walking Dead and just say, hey, these are other games you could potentially play. I might play some Walking Dead stuff. I might play some zombie stuff. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do yet. Like I I need to make the right decision, and I need to take my time with it. I can't rush into it. I've got my other channel to focus on anyway, so it's not a problem there. I'll be going back to No Man's Land. I might check that out for a little bit. I might play it on this channel a little bit as well. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm focusing on my other channel from here, like, onwards, other than, like I said, the archiving of any RTS information I can do. The world is your oyster. Yeah, on this channel, not so much. I still have to do reasonably, like, narrow on the gaming and probably gacha gaming, but I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do. The art style is what reeled me in. Well, what pulled me into RTS was the fact that I just played the Telltale game, the first one, and I really enjoyed it. And I was realizing that I was working at the time, obviously, so I was like working 9 to 5, and I wasn't playing any. I stopped playing PC games heavily, and I wanted a mobile phone game just to play at night before going to bed for like half an hour. I was reading, like, this is before like Netflix and stuff were massive, so there was nothing to watch in bed. And I was like, oh, I mean, I've got a mobile, I can try out these mobile phone games, because I was seeing them advertised and stuff like that on YouTube. So I went on to Google Play, and I went through like a dozen. I went through like I played a Jurassic Park game for like a day or two, just didn't really click. I played a lot of them, and then I was searching for new ones, and then I found RTS, and I just saw like, now we're Telltale characters. I was like, oh, sick. And I played that for like really low key for like 3 months, and I spent some money and I pulled Clementine. And then once I got Clementine, I think I was free to play for the first few months, and then once I pulled Clementine, it was at Christmas, and I got Kenny. I started playing it every day, and it just got more and more and more. And I think I was about a year and a half in before I started making content. Like, I wasn't straight in on the content. That wasn't my, like, I was doing it for relaxation, you know. I still play All Stars, but it's literally log in for 10 minutes and everything is done for that day. Very little thought required, unlike the RTS where it felt like there was constant progression. Well, at least up until the last couple of years for sure. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like that was one of the issues that I had with All Stars. I said that in my like video when I said I'm quitting it. I was in elementary school. I started. Now I'm in college. So I mean, man, this is like I know this is gonna sound brutal, but like, people who are older have had that pet they've had most of their life and then passed away. It's basically what it's going to feel like. Just something that's been in your life for like 10 years and just gone. My other game is going to be going Poof 2, might be a good thing. We're going to have a lot more free time now. If you join another Walking Dead game, I'm sure... Oh, something just went wrong. What's just gone wrong? Am I still streaming? My YouTube just like kind of buckled. Am I still live? Oh, I don't think I'm live. It doesn't look like I'm live. Or am I? Oh, I am live. Okay, my YouTube just kind of went weird. It like refreshed and said, oh, everything's not responding. My streaming service was fine. Okay, I can see all your comments still. Everything's good. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was reading a comment. What was I reading? If you join another Walking Dead game, I'm sure some of your viewers would get into the game you pick. That's what I mean. I mean, I also don't want to just jump on a game for the sake of it. I'm more likely to show the other Walking Dead games and show them as options, not necessarily ones I'm going to play. I will say this, obviously, when I do that video. Because there are other Walking Dead games. But yeah. I've been playing 9 years. It's so sad that it's ending. I met a lot of great people and had tons of fun. Going to miss you all. I mean, my Discord's still going to be up. I know it's a bit of self-promotion. If you want to join my Discord, comment in the description of this stream. You can join my Discord. Potentially other people who are part of the RTS community will still be there. You can see them and message them, you know, in the future. So you can still stay in touch. Or you could create a Discord yourself and try and invite all your faction mates to it. Yeah. I have to ask this lockdown, why can't I play No Man's Land on my desktop? Can only play through my tablet. I don't know. You trying to play through BlueStacks? Time for me to start a new business and concentrate there. I'll play slots. Not a good idea. Don't do that. I played 7 years ago and quit. Now that I just started over it, dang, I'm so disappointed. It's unfortunate because the other Walking Dead games are somehow worse than this one. I mean, it's about ones that you just prefer. I think No Man's Land is actually pretty good, but it's not nothing is auto in that. Everything's manual. That was the only downside. Lot got a Gold Mythic tune. He's on the Gold Mythic wheel. I am indeed. Is this for real? It is indeed. It's on the official Discord if you want to go check it out. But I mean, if anything, it hurts me that the game is shutting down. So I wouldn't pretend. Like, you know, I wouldn't pretend. How do we join your Discord? Most of my faction mates don't do Discord. In the link in the description of my stream, there should be a link saying, you know, join my Discord. Should make a section where you just publish your player profile, have it like a museum tab. It would be tough to do that. But yeah, it would be tough. It's over for us all. It will be. I think No Man's has a desktop in beta access. Don't quote me on that though. Okay. So it has its own client. That's actually pretty good. No worries. No worries. I'm thankful that my stuff helped. I'm sorry that it didn't really last. He's in his sadness state. Yeah, it's been a ride. Thanks for everything. Look, no worries, Motto. I wonder if they will delete the Discord server, most likely. The official one, yeah, most likely. They'll delete it on the 29th, most likely. And they'll even delete the content creator one if they can. I know they had issues because the like owner of it changed so many times over the years. No worries, Kino. What's your favorite anime? I haven't watched many animes, but the ones that I have watched, I really liked. My brother made me watch One Punch Man, which I thought was pretty good. But Cyberpunk Edge Runners was my favorite for sure. I haven't watched many though, but I really like Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I've watched it like 10 times. It's only 3 hours all the way through, so I've watched it a bunch of times. My first region ever was Spartanburg. My first region was Henry, I think. Yeah, it sounds right. So Vice, unfortunately, is on the out. Scopy's putting gift a screen with a list of all the stuff we have left to spend in the game and resources. I've only ever watched Attack on Titan, crazy show. I was going to watch Attack on Titan because my brother said it was good, but also like they did a collaboration with another mobile phone game I played that I don't know if it even exists anymore, that game, but and it looked interesting. I was just like, oh, maybe I was going to watch it, but yeah, never got around to it. The Truman Show, not so much an anime, but yeah. Dragon Ball right now, watching all the movies. There's a new Dragon Ball game out. I've seen people do like reviews on the game. It looks pretty interesting. Everyone get your mates in here and like the video. Help. Let's help Lux Aggro. Well, it's mainly just to let people know it's actually shutting down, because like imagine you're someone who doesn't know it's shutting down and you're, I mean just gonna say you spend $500 today or tomorrow and you don't know. And you might not want to spend $500 knowing that the game's shutting down. That's the only thing that I can think of really when it comes to that. But and also there might be people who have not played for 5 years, let's say, and they just be interesting to know that RTS is shutting down. It's worth watching. How many seasons of Attack on Titan are there? I think it would be nice if they gave us some sort of information, some more information, because nobody knows what to do with their stuff. I know game is ending, so maybe it doesn't even matter if some better event happens. I mean, after the 29th, they're not going to be doing anything new. They're not going to be doing any new updates at all. You know? Sparkling Zero, yeah. It looks interesting. It looks like just a one-on-one game, but it has a storyline and stuff. I think if you're into Dragon Ball, you'll probably be into that, right? 4 seasons. So like how many episodes per season? Like 25? Is it like a big long? And how long are the episodes? Are they 20 or 45 minutes? If they do something, some mega ultra advanced wheel with good rewards. Ah, yeah, I mean, that would happen before the 29th. If they do it, they do it. I don't know. Like, the best thing you have, the best option you have is to either ask on the official Discord, or I will ask as part of the FAQ and see if they respond, but you might not respond to that part. Like, they probably are going to leave a lot up in the air in terms of what they're going to do. They're not going to commit to anything. What does it matter what we have? They will close the server to make way for another game. Some people want to play War of Champions still, so they would want to know when's the best time to pull all their resources. Pretty much. I hope you'll make best and worst times of RTS and maybe a look in the archives of Game 2. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do my best there, Kangs, 100%. Like, you know, top characters, most annoying characters, OP characters. I'll try and do some tier lists. I might go through characters and make really long-winded videos and go over all the characters. That'd be really long-winded. Depends on how bothered I am about doing that or not. I'm not sure. But yeah. I guess I'll pull for Connie, but I don't have many tokens and didn't think she was too crazy. Yeah, it's more the other characters on her wheel. And you got 4.5% of getting all the other characters. And there's a lot of other ultras on there. But it's up to you. You could just hold it. You've got 2 weeks. I mean, the Connie banner lasts for a little while. So, yeah. This is about a year ago. Out of the blue. Mighty Doom. Yeah, I mean, gacha games, that's how it works. They'll just announce that they're shutting down. That's how they work. Connie's only up for 2 more days. I mean, it's a risk. Is it a risk you're willing to take? They could just do no more ultra advanced. I mean, advanced, there's nothing to spend them on right now anyway. It depends on how much you want to do at War of Champions, I guess. They could do some mega wheels afterwards, but I mean, how much better than this wheel could it really be, realistically? I know the news is just earlier, but I can't move on from this. I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot of people will be kind of messed up by this. Look, are you into Dying Light? I played the first one. It didn't really hit. I played it with my brother. It was okay. 94 total. And 20-something minutes. Okay, I like 20-minute episodes. I'll see if I can find it somewhere. I might check it out. I'll never forget when I won a Kenny. I got a mention on the TWD RTS YouTube channel. That's nice. Oh, that was the giveaways they did, right? Yeah. They might want to really get value. We'll promote spending, but whatever. Worst thing that happens, I miss out on a good tune. No, I mean, they probably aren't going to do any new characters. Almost definitely aren't. But they might do a wheel where it's got a lot of characters in it, or like choice boxes and stuff, but most likely not. What will happen to the other Scopely games? They'll run like normal. Scopely's not shutting down, just RTS. Dying Light the Beast. Is that number 2? That already came out, right? Or is this number 3 or like a DLC? nearly 250 likes on the stream, guys. Thank you. It's another game, like number 3 basically. That's crazy. I'll have to check that. I always like watching trailers and just seeing games. I'm not necessarily going to play them, but it's just interesting. They should do the walkthrough before what, so you can get. No, I agree. I'm gonna pass that information on and say like this walkthrough will be useless if you only get after Warrior Champions. People should just be able to get it the second they get to the Warrior Champions region. I mean, they should just give it to everybody, even non-Warrior Champions people, just so that everyone gets it. And B, you're only going to be able to use it at Warrior Champions anyway. Not number 3, but it is another game. Okay. Oh, it's coming out in 2025. All right. I don't know if there's any games that I've seen I'm proper looking forward to except GTA 6. That's pretty much it. I asked Sharks and he told me that tomorrow there would be information on the Ultra and Advanced wheels. Okay, that's cool. There we go. I'll cover that information as well. If it's in good timing. If anyone want negative coins, do some refunds. If you even can. Because the thing is, Apple and Google will 100% know that the game's shutting down. They'll be informed already. And when a game goes into sunset mode, they'll know people will try and refund. And they might have to refund up until a certain point. Like there might be like a rule where it's like 28 days or 12 days or something. But after that, before that, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to do anything at all. But if you care, you will get banned, just so we're clear. You most likely will get banned at this point. If you care. But just because if you care and you want to like take screenshots of your roster or something, you might want to do that first. There might be a new Doom game coming out in 2025. It's funny because yesterday night I was looking for another gacha turn-based game, like RTS, in case this game comes to an end. Timing. Hey, what's up, Benjamin? Or Benjam? Never saw this coming. Is that sarcasm? I think most people saw this coming, just didn't know when. Ole Gate. Oh my god. I wouldn't necessarily call that a gate. That was funny though. Shucks and tomorrow is a contradiction in terms. Well, I mean, Shucks is basically, that information is based on other people providing it to Shucks. Could Skybound keep the game running? Yes, but only if Scopely were able to do the game still, and only if Iugo were willing to, develop anything Scopely gave to them to develop. There's part of that chain is broken. We don't know what part, and it's most likely revolves around money though. As in, projected not making enough. It's pretty much going to be as simple as that, guys. We don't know where it is at. It could be at development level. Iugo, it's hard for them to create stuff and it's not worth it. Their time, considering how old the game is and how little development they're being asked to do now, because they're not being asked to develop anything new for the game. It's just characters. It could be Scopely if like the player base is too low, or the projected player base will get too low where they'll actually start losing money. The other one that's the least likely, I think, is the IP like agreement between Skybound and Scopely has expired. But I would, if that was the case, I think they would just announce it. Although potentially they could keep it hidden because Skybound could get some negative thing their way if that was the case. But I doubt that's the case, but it could be. Skybound could keep it alive when they did Series of 4 at Telltale. The difference is that was on a bit more modern engines, for development and stuff like that. They also were potentially contractually obliged to keep it alive because the game had already been released, and stopping a series game like that, there would be mass refunds on the game like that, because it's like you're buying into 5 episodes. I think they reduced it down to 4. Like there was a thing they did. I can't remember exactly, but I'm guessing it's hard to change the game's engine. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what it's on with RTS, but it's very old. I guess I won't be playing this game till the end. Not everybody will. Just tried the Protector's Oath one roadmap, level 1, and my team couldn't even get through that. Yeah, some of the roadmaps are brutal. I think if you check out my Steel event roadmap team, it should still do okay on these things. But just really slow team. Real slow. So, who in the chat? Wow, after all these years, right, Shani? Right? Hey, Tree. Hey, chat. How you doing, Shani? So this is what I stream this for, guys. Is because I know there's people out there who haven't played for a while, who might tune in every now and again and just check back and be like, "Oh my god, RTS is closing down." I wonder if we can unfriend. I mean, you probably won't even be able to log into the game by the sounds of it. If you turn off your Wi-Fi, you'll find out what happened. The game's just, the player base is just massively low now, Shani. Really, really low. Lots and lots of people stop playing. That's probably the main issue. We don't know the full details, but I think no matter where it is in the chain, where the issue is, it's just going to be not making enough money, and it's going to start losing money at a certain point in the chain. I'm not sure where, but yeah, Scopely did it to themselves. I think it kind of got to the point where they probably could have shut the game down like 2 or 3 years ago, but they probably made the decision to make it run on like skeleton mode for a couple of extra years. A, to make more money, but B, you got a couple of extra years gameplay out of it. Like the last 2 years probably shouldn't have even happened, being completely honest. At least the last year and a half. But they did. And it's because they decided to keep it going, you know? Send you a message in Discord. Look, I'm watching on TV and turned in this, and okay, let me check. You didn't send me a message on Discord. Oh, right. Is that you did it on my Discord? Is that you who did that message? 813. I guess that was you. Moderator recruitment. Yeah. It'll be unpaid, just so we're clear. That'll be unpaid. I did a lonely pool with medals for New Clem and got 5 times of her, and then now this. Yeah, there'll be people getting their first ever ×5 on like Connie or Clementine, and then the game shuts down. They think it's their own fault. Burn all your cans, all right? We had a good run, we did. Guys, at the beginning of this stream, I planned to do a quick 20-minute stream just to go over the news and bounce. But a lot of people turned up to the stream real quick. And a lot of people were just rolling out nostalgia. And we've been sitting here chatting for 4 hours. I think that tells you all you need to know about RTS in the community, right? So we've been chatting for 4 hours. Some of you have been here the whole time. Some have been here for like maybe a little bit. This isn't going to be the end of the content I'm going to be making for the next 45 plus days. But this is confirmation that RTS is going to be shutting down. On the 29th of October, they will be stopping in-app purchases. And then 28 days later, they will be turning off the servers basically, and the game will be shutting down permanently. What that means for your roster and in terms of being able to see it and stuff, we'll have more details of hopefully in the coming weeks, but most likely you will not have access in any way. As much as we did potentially think about, you could maybe log in and check and look, it doesn't sound like it's likely. So in the next few weeks, whenever you want, you know, take screenshots and record your roster, and if you want anything to reminisce about in the future. Shuts down around my birthday. 28th is my birthday, yeah. It's Tex's birthday too, so the timing is unreal. That was the first thing I saw. Shuts down on my birthday. So I'm going to be doing a stream on my birthday, celebrating my birthday, but with the game shutting down live on my stream. Sad times. But stay tuned for some more info in the next weeks, guys. And I'm really sorry. I know some people are going to be really devastated by this, and you know, some people get back into the game. Some people have played it non-stop for a long time. But all good things come to an end, as they say. And I think most people will have good memories of RTS in the future, in the months and so on and so forth. The horrible memories will dissipate, and there'll be just good memories left, like I said before. But I'll speak to you soon, guys. Have a great rest of your day. As much as it probably is going to be not a good feeling, you're going to be a bit of a sour taste, but I'll speak to you soon. And as always, guys, keep on surviving, guys. Keep on surviving. Goodbye, guys.